Hey, what's up? Hang on. This is on, right? Yes. Microphone's on. Alright. Gonna catch up on things. Because I have less than a week. No, roughly a week until I can get this event done. But first, stuff.
북두랑 나비야, 이네파가 내놓은 전시품은 잘 팔리고 있으려.
여행자님, 전시회 공지를 검색한 결과 참가자 간의 분쟁 방금 전 아이노님이 공방으로 돌아가시려다 돌연 참가업체 배우 세력 간의 대화 제 데이터베이스를 다 뒤져도 이런 상황에 대처할 방법이 찾아지지 않아서요.
제 배우 세력 간의 대화.
절 따라오세요.
푸뉴무시아 에너지로 싸울 수 있는 기계라. 이걸로 지나가는 상인을 약탈하면 강도들이 모습을 드러낼 필요조차 없겠는걸?
원거리 유도의 정밀 폭격까지. 이런 게 어느 갱단의 손에 들어가면 적 갱단은 얌전히 투항하는 게 최선이겠죠.
이런 기계를 펀타인 과학원이 직접 판매하긴 곤란하겠네. 가시 장미회의 이름을 빌린 건 현명한 선택이야.
리월 총무부가 이런 병기를 유통하는 것도 난감할 테지. 오랫동안 먼 바다에서 활동해온 용병 함대에게 맡기는 편이 나아.
그리고 이쪽도 거래 품목이 무기 같지?
뚝딱뚝딱 흐름카케 공방이 받는 주문 중에 위험한 물품이 많긴 하지만 글쎄,
내 생각이 너무 과했나?
아마도?
야란이랑 슈브루즈? 너 여기서 뭐해?
여행자랑 페이몬? 여긴 어떻게 알고 찾아왔어?
꽤 은밀한 장소를 선택하셨습니다만 제겐 아이노님이 탑재해주신 특수감지 모듈이 있습니다. 그래서 공방 주인의 기술력은 역시 소문대로군.
그래서 지금 대체 무슨 얘기를 하는 거야?
미안, 중요한 일이라 신중할 수밖에 없었거든. 하지만 대화해보니 이 공방 주인이 내가 조사 중인 사건과 무관하다는 걸 확신할 수 있겠어.
I know is innocent.
여행자, 나랑 이 특별 순찰대 대장을 좀 도와주지 않겠어?
알겠습니다.
Yeah, she confused.
방금의 대화로 볼 때 우리는 서로의 추적 대상이 아닌 것 같군.
하지만 사용한 작전이 비슷한 걸 보면 같은 대상을 쫓는 중인 것 같네.
듣고 보니 그랬던 것 같기도.
원래는 너를 끌어들이지 않고 비밀리에 임무를 끝낼 생각이었거든. 하지만 같은 업계 사람을 마주친 이상 너한테 설명할 필요가 있겠네. 우리 사이야 말할 것도 없고 이 특별 순찰대 대장도 너를 신뢰하는 것 같으니 네가 중재해준다면 불필요한 오해를 피할 수 있겠지.
찬성이야.
나와 이 특별 순찰대 대장이 노드크라이에 온 건 대여 한 마리를 낳기 위해서야.
나비아 씨는 자신의 지위를 이용해 나 대신 전시회에 참가했어. 그녀의 전시품은 사실상 미끼나 다름없지. 리월에서 온 그 선장도 아마 같은 상황일 거야.
그렇구나. 그럼 너희가 노리는 목표가 전시회장에 있다는 거야?
상대는 특정 업체의 구매자일 가능성이 매우 높아.
설마 네페르가 우리한테 신신당부했던 일이 바로...
뭐? 비밀의 집 주인의 입장은 이미 조사한 바 있어. 우리의
아,
움직임이 그 여자에게 알려져선 안 돼.
어쩌면 우리의 움직임을 이미 눈치챘는지도 모르지. 그래서
That's a
여행자를
possibility.
우리한테 보내. 여행자를 따라가 보자. 친구를 난처하게 만들 순 없잖아.
그래, 그러지.
Like any event, there's always some kind of case, crime happening. Dory, what is she up to?
또 산게마 바위 어르신을 상대해야 할 때가 왔구만.
Well, with an expo happening like this, she has to be here.
이거 여행자에다가 우리 존경하는 전시회 관리자님 야호다 아니야? 우리 가게에 파격적인 세일 상품이 많으니까 절대 놓치지 말라고. 도리가 이 전시회에 참가한 건 하나도 놀랍지 않아. 이미 여러 번 참가했었어. 게다가 매번 클레임을 가장 많이 받은 판매자이기도 하지. 클레임? 난 이 전시회에서 규칙 어긴 적 없어. 내 상품은 다 가격값을 하는 물건이었다고. 뒤에서 맨소리 해봤자 딴 어떤 이유로 클레임을 받았을지 대충 상상이 가. 클레임이 들어올 때마다 온갖 이유를 대면서 손님들을 이겨먹는다는 건 알고 있어. 다만 상기마 바이 어르신, 부탁 좀 할게. 최소한 여기서 물건을 산 손님이 한 명도 빠짐없이 클레임을 걸게 만들지는 말아줘. 그럼 오픈 행사 겸 야호다는 특별히 반값 할인으로 모셔줄게. 대신 이번 전시회에서 나한테 걸리는 클레임은 절반만 접수하는 걸로. 어때? 그래도 되는 거야? 그러지 뭐.
Speaking of Jehoda, hang on. Oh, perfect. She'll get her C2 once I do all the stuff, which I should. Many of the events.
저 사람은 가시장미회의 어? 결국 제일 골치 아픈 상황이 터지는 건가? 야오다! 지금 무슨 소리를 하는 거야? 쉿! 저기 봐봐! 우산을 쓴 쪽은 폰타인에서 온 아무까의 아가씨야. 분열 직전이던 조직을 단신으로 통합하고 자기 손으로 아버지의 복수까지 한 무시무시한 인물이래. 그리고 안대를 쓴 쪽은 리월에서 온 용병대장인데 함대를 이끌고 먼바다를 종횡무진한데 아무도 감히 건드릴 생각을 못한다 하더라. 같은 하늘 아래 두 개의 태양이 뜰 수는 없는 법. 그래서 일부러 부스도 멀리 떨어뜨려 놨는데 결국 마주쳐 버렸어. 만에 하나 싸움이라도 붙으면 벌써부터 머리가 터질 것 같아. 얘들아, 무슨 얘기 중이야?
아, 파트너랑 페이몬이구나?
파트너?
가시장미회의 아가씨도 폰타인성의 결투 대리인도 그 명성은 익히 들었어. 같은 자리에 모이게 된 김에 안면이나 트고 싶어서 말이야. 마침 여행자도 왔으니 네 얼굴을 봐서라도 두 아가씨가 내 배에 올라 차 한 잔 정도는 해주지 않을까 싶네.
여행자의 얼굴을 봐서?
너무 추켜 세워주시네요, 북두 씨.
실은 저기 있는 애가 나랑 여행자의 친구인데 이번 전시회의 질서 유지를 맡고 있거든. 혹시라도 너희 사이에 문제라도 생길까봐 걱정된대.
그럴 리가. 마음 푹 놓으라고 전해줘.
혹시라도 우리가 도울 거 있으면 편하게 말하라고 해.
아무튼 더 걱정 안 해도 돼. 너 팔이 뭐 이렇게 넓어?
Mm-hmm. So, what do I do here? Uh-huh. Oh, I think I might have an idea what this is.
시뮬레이션이라도 방심하면 안 돼. 장비 출력이 높아졌어. 기회를 놓치지 마.
Oh, action points. For a second there halfway, I thought action points meant how many shots. But no, action points is the HP.
시뮬레이션이라도 방심하면 안 돼.
Oh no, I need a big one, don't I?
힘내, 파트너! 이거 받아!
장비 출력이 높아졌어. 기회를 놓치지 마.
출격이야, 파트너! 힘내, 파트너! 이거 받아!
장비 출력이 높아졌어. 기회를 놓치지 마.
Reminds me of that game, or those top-down rail shooters. First thing I think of is what is it? Ikaruga.
출격이야, 파트너!
Whoops. last one.
최강의 장치가 출전했네. 전력을 다해 상대해줘. 힘내, 파트너. 이거 받아.
Ooh, they're all over the place now.
널 위해 예비 에너지원을 활성화했어. 힘내.
That went well. All done. All right. Next game. What do we have here? Okay. Oh. Oh boy, my favorite tower defense of a sort. Not really my best forte. Energy orbs. Okay. Dismantling, of course. Huh. Oh boy.
훈련 모드
Not
돌입.
really my
제가
best.
상대역을 맡겠습니다.
explosions. Okay. Well, at least you're not just idling. You can also help. That's like at least one good thing. I figured you would get more of those energy things from defeating enemies.
스테이크 위에 케이크를 올린 것 같네요. 방금 비유는 아이노님 귀에 들어가면 안 되겠군요.
So they don't.
새로운 공격 유닛이 등장했습니다.
They didn't really give me time to
여행자님의 방어선을
defend.
뚫렸습니다. 역시 저입니다.
Or these energies don't deploy that much. Oh, it's ongoing? Oh, okay. I see how it is. What's the point of that shield if the projectile is still cutting through? It's only the first stage, and they're already throwing in. That's lovely. Does it go through, or will it? Dang, it really does. See, this is exactly why I don't handle tower defense
여행자님의 지휘 효율은 기존치
modes
3배
that
이상군요.
well. Maybe upgrading the cannoneer from the start wasn't a good idea.
이게 제 최종 공격입니다. 하하하.
And how's this fair exactly? Oh well. They don't drop a lot, do they? Yeah, there's like not that much energy spawning. that was only the first stage. Shouldn't that be a little lighter? That looks like something that would happen in a second stage. Then again, poor management from me. I cannot handle tower defenses. Excuse me for a moment. Alright, I'm back. No more than 15, no more than 5. Oh, jeez. Now we have airborne.
훈련 모드 돌입. 제가 상대 역을 맡겠습니다. 알림. 초보자 보상을 수령해주세요.
Wait a minute. Okay. Now I see. I see what I was lacking. I wasn't paying attention to the tutorial. The moles are the ones that generate
훈련 모드
energy.
돌입.
I'm an idiot.
제가 상대 역을 맡겠습니다.
The description even reads it right there. I cannot read. I feel like this could have been managed more better if it was like a top-down.
알림. 초보자 보상을 수령해주세요.
This one. Oh no, it does. It reaches.
공세가 끝나지 않았습니다. 경기를 풀지 마세요.
Oh dear. Oh, that's instant. Okay. Or was it only instant because the round hadn't started yet?
이게 제 최종 공격입니다. 하, 하, 하.
Hey Ratchet, what's up? Well, you know what they say. You learn from your mistakes. And I should really thoroughly read better. Oh, now there's combos. Okay. I can teleport, allowing them to bypass the first mechanism in their path.
대전이 곧 시작됩니다. 준비해 주세요.
Well, that's all I can do. Oh, it turns into a cryo machine.
아이노님이 경비대의 에너지 조각을 크롬카케 모양으로 만들자고 하셨지만 그럴 경우 아이노님이 실수로 먹어버릴 확률이 80% 증가합니다.
I think I could easily imagine someone on the Wonderland thing has already made. Actually, yeah, no, they did. I think there was already the Plant vs Zombies inspired game. Managed to finish the entire ZZZ final part last night. I have yet to do it myself. I'm savoring the moment. Right now, I'm just, you know, what was it? Pulling the gotcha. I bet it's a good finale. But since you finished it last night, I'm guessing story isn't that long.
전투 데이터 획득량이 추정치를 초과했습니다.
Oh, wonderful.
여행자님의 승리 가능성 감지, 사악함 수치를 대폭 상향합니다.
These. I knew these wolves are gonna be a pain. They were already a pain by default. And now. Oh, now there's a combination. Again, help you take them out early. No spoilers, tons of bombshell parts and WTH moments. Oh, I can imagine.
대전이 곧 시작됩니다. 준비해 주세요.
It is Hoyoverse. They do know how to wow the audience with their stories. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Can't wait for season 3. Me too. At least we know one thing: what season 3's theme will be, more or less. It's all about chivalry knights of a sort. And the inevitable finally happened. Who is it? Our protagonist, Belle and Wise,
제가
will,
공격하지 않는 한
figuratively
피할 일도
speaking,
없겠네요.
be playable. They will have like their own stand or something. I'm sure that's gonna be given for free by default for sure. They wouldn't just, you know, force players to gacha. That's like trying to force players to gacha the Traveler's abilities.
여행자님의 승리 가능성 감지. 사악함 수치를 대폭 상향합니다.
Did it just walk through the fence crab?
여행자님의 방어선이 뚫렸습니다. 역시 저입니다.
Well, that's just terrific. Well, at least that was only 2, but sheesh. A little overkill much? Aw. Totally missed out on the banner. Ah, that's fine. I feel like it won't be long before they do another rerun. So, you don't have to worry about that. Just know this. Season 3 on the down the road, you're going to be in a situation of, should I roll for the new character or the rerun character that I missed months ago? Say what? Now I have to do...
최종 모의전입니다. 전력으로 가겠습니다.
They're just gonna be random now? Maybe I should have the ice ones in the back to slow down the enemies. Whoops. So yeah, as I said before in the previous stream, I barely had enough. Polychromes. Didn't even get close to the soft pity. Well, what am I, like 30 poles away? Can you turn up the volume of your voice? It's low. Oh, really? I wonder if I can do that on the microphone. Or, hang on, I should check the dB. I didn't adjust... Hold on. I didn't adjust the... Hold on. Or maybe am I too far? No, I'm in my usual distance. Testing... Hold on. I'm gonna make like a long noise. Testing. No, that's not it. Alright, no. Hang on. Testing. Oh, jeez. Yeah, now it's in the yellow. It's in the yellow when I'm up close. In the yellow, yeah, not too much on the yellow. Yeah, I didn't even touch the dB. Was it always that low? Huh. There's a combination for this.
본성 모드 활성화. 여행자님의 행동 로직 학습 중. 성공 시 아군의 효율이 최소
But it doesn't do anything.
170% 상승합니다. 여행자님의 방어선이 뚫렸습니다. 역시 저입니다.
I reached the limit. Shoot. There was a Star Fox Direct. Yeah, I know. Right. I guess I should talk about that, huh? Yeah, definitely just out of the blue.
공세가 끝나지 않았습니다. 경기를 풀지 마세요. 여행자님의 지휘 효율은 표준치 3배 이상이군요.
Stronger enemy. Oh, this one has more waves. Ah, great. Well, that's fair. And I'm getting too many turrets. I want to make combos. Then I guess I better dismantle.
이게 제 최종 공격입니다. 하하하.
Where's the defense one? I'm just getting turrets. Oh, now you give it to me? Ugh. Don't you just hate it, like waiting for a line block to appear in Tetris? At least that's over. So yeah, Star Fox Direct came out of nowhere. I think starting with that, I'm guessing Nintendo, they fear that people might leak this and that, you know? The typical, we gotta release it now before the internet finds out. I mean, there were like rumors about Ocarina of Time getting a remake. That's not out of the question yet. But the fact that that it wasn't Ocarina of Time, but it was Star Fox 64 getting a remake. I wonder if the leakers got that mixed up. Either way, I don't mind it. In fact, I'm actually excited for it. And the wait isn't too far off. In fact, the release date is exactly the same date as when Dead or Alive 6 comes out. Can you believe that? But yeah, I know initially a lot of people would say, what the fudge, why are we getting another Star Fox 64? Look, I get it. It's tiring that we're getting... It is, on one hand, tiring that we're getting the exact same game. Or, I shouldn't say exact. We're getting the same 64, Star Fox 64 game. But it's clear that they made more than just... They didn't just remade it to look visually beautiful. They did make some changes. Or they added like some stuff. You know, you have now more difficulty options. There's the multiplayer. You can finally be a VTuber of your own. Pre-made by Nintendo. Assuming that you have bought the Switch to USB camera. Although, I think you can even use like some other cameras maybe.
갑자기 새로운 영감이 기록 좀 할게. 잠시만 기다려줘.
We got an official prologue of the game, because you know how we often hear stories about how James fell at Venom. But you know, now we get to, well, we don't actually see him die, but you know, we see the prologue, you know, in moving picture style now. And then there's a co-op if you want to do just that. And there's the new, what was it, Switch to Joy-Con mouse mode,
괜찮다면 오늘
which
신문을 사러 같이 가줄 수
I'm
있을까?
inclined to try it, but I'm also hoping that at least the Pro Controller has that option as well. But knowing Nintendo, they're really trying to push the whole idea of using your Joy-Con Joy-Con to mouse mode. But you know, they still gotta throw that option. If not, that's fine. I might as well give the mouse mode a shot. Because if there was one thing that I did like about Star Fox Zero, was just that. It took a while, but as soon as I got the hang of the gyro aiming, oh, it's a godsend. It makes the all range mode battles, well, everything in general, like so easy.
폰타인성의
Although on
작은
screen it
승리는
would just look
통수를
stupid
정교한
because
레이스
the lasers
부채
just,
좋아해. 그럼 부채질할
you know,
때마다
they would
은은한
shoot in
향기가 풍기고
far
해.
off directions
정말
that the
절묘한
R-Wing
방법이야.
shouldn't be able to make. Anyways, and then yes, I guess the designs are very animalistic, yes. Now, that's the funny thing about that. This is actually, as far as I can tell, the second time Nintendo has done this with their characters. Remember DK? After, when DK Bonanza was revealed, yeah, Nintendo ditched the long-running, rareware design of DK. At least I'm gonna call it that because that was the design that Nintendo stuck with since DK Country, a game that, yeah, you know, Rareware made. And they even impressed Nintendo with that 3D polygonal-like design. So now in and then you see in Bonanza, it's not a new design. It's actually based off of the classic DK. Like if you see
괜찮다면
examples like
사러
Donkey
같이 가실 수
Kong
있을까?
96, the Game Boy game, yeah, it's that Donkey Kong, the classic, or even further than that, maybe the original Donkey Kong. So the same thing is happening with Star Fox. Like if you've seen the cover art or the special or the art promotion of the Super Nintendo Star Fox, where they have the sort of animalistic style when at the time, remember this was like the 90s. Yeah, I guess Miyamoto wants to treat the Star Fox characters in the same sense with DK. Yeah, it does look funny seeing Falco with now bird legs. And God forbid, imagine if they use that design in Smash Brothers. It's easy to picture the DK of today in Smash. In fact, there's actually a mod that I saw where DK's character model is based off of Bonanza, or the classic you want to call it. So it's easy to picture that. But imagine seeing that Fox and Falco in Smash. I mean, I imagine modders are already working on that now, but you know, if or when we get another Smash, if for whatever reason they choose that design, oh, it would feel a whole lot different, especially Falco attacking you with bird legs. or they're joking and they're calling it chicken legs. Oh, and I don't know if it's just me, but the characters also, Fox especially, and James kind of look hunched over. They have like semi-gamer posture. But overall, I don't mind the animalistic design. I say it looks impressive. Slippy on the other hand, looks like looks like that NVIDIA DLSS5 thing. But then you take a step back and be like, oh wait, it's just a reflection of his original design.
갑자기 새로운 영감이 떠올랐어. 기록 좀 할게.
As for the game itself, it's Star Fox 64. If you played it, you know what you're getting yourself into, and that's the thing. This is probably one of the reasons why they're remaking Star Fox 64. It's a timeless classic, and I think it's hard at this point for Miyamoto or just whoever's in charge of Star Fox franchise now, what they can do with the franchise moving forward. Now, sure, you could say just make another Star Fox on-rail shooter that takes place after Assault. Yes, you could do that. In fact, yeah, Nintendo tried with Star Fox Command. Remember with that DS game? I played Command. It was okay, but now, couple decades later, yeah, no, that game aged like poor milk. Whereas Assault was the other way around. People were okay with Assault, but now they're calling Assault the underrated title or entry. But I think, yeah, Nintendo's just concerned like what can they do, or they don't want to. Yeah, like I said, push forward the next Star Fox like an official sequel just yet. They are remaking 64 because, like I said, it's a timeless classic, and it's the best entry to, you know, get people new and old, especially new players, to, you know, get acquainted with Star Fox.
갑자기 새로운 영감이 떠올랐어. 기록 좀 할게.
And on top of that, if
잠시만
you played
기다려줘.
Star Fox 64, it's the kind of game, I don't need to explain it, but it's the kind of game that, yeah, one run is short, but the purpose of the gameplay is replayability. Go through every run and, you know, travel through different planets based on your beaten path. Or sometimes even when you get that mission accomplished result, you can still change the course, because why not? It's all about replayability, basically. And no matter how many times you replay it, you come back for more. You know what that sounds like? The House of the Dead. Or pretty much any on-rail shooter, but mainly House of the Dead. House of the Dead is like another game that makes you want to replay more and more, so that, you know, you can unlock like different paths, find different secrets, you know? It's why you would, those kind of on-rail shooters are the reason why, no matter, even though you tell yourself it's a short game, but you come back for more. I don't know what kind of terminology I can use, but yeah, the replayability, I should say. The replayability is the best part about Star Fox 64. You come back for more. And the other reasons could be you just want a better score every run. So yeah, like I said, timeless classic. Sure, it's Star Fox 64 again. But is that a problem? As somebody who's seen Star Fox 64 being ported too many times, who's played the game a lot, yeah, I'm fine with this. And you know what? And what's interesting is the price tag. So Nintendo, as you know, whenever they do like remakes and such, right? They sell their remakes at full price and, you know, treat it like it's a brand new entry, a brand new game. But fortunately, that's not the case. From what I've heard, it's only like $50 US, or 40 maybe, or is it 50 on digital? I don't know. But at least it's not $100 like, you know, Metro Prime 4 Beyond, which is good. It shows that Nintendo is actually considering their pricing. But I wouldn't give them full credit, because I feel like this is one of those rare occasions. I feel like they're not going to do this, you know, in the long run. Maybe they might do this for certain remakes, certain first parties, that more or less justifies that it's not meant to be, you know, treated like a full-blown entry.
부채질할 때마다 은은한 향기가 풍기거든. 정말 절묘한 방법이야.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's funny how I was also, after the Direct, I was expecting that there would be like some kind of amiibo functionality, but I guess they just thought it was not necessary. I imagine if there was amiibo functionality, I wouldn't mind if they brought back the same function they did with Star Fox Zero. Like how the Falco amiibo gives you the black R-Wing, where
갑자기 새로운 영감이 떠올랐어.
damage is
기억 좀
double,
할게.
but you
잠시만
take
기다려줘.
damage, double the damage as well. Like, yeah, basically a glass cannon. In fact, that was like my favorite R-Wing to use every run. The one thing I will say is that I'm a little disappointed because I don't know if maybe they couldn't have time to show it, maybe they didn't want to show it, is that the game doesn't have any split screen play. Because yeah, that's like another thing that Star Fox 64 had. And yeah, the DS port as well had like local wireless play. It's not split screen, but you know, there was that. And yes, they're doing the same with the remake, where you can do local wireless and online play. But yeah, where's the split screen option? They only brought the co-op from Zero, but yeah, no offline split screen versus. I guess because maybe they're more. I think they're just pushing online multiplayer. That's all. Maybe that's why. That's what they prioritize. No offline versus split screen. But yeah, no. Let's just focus on getting people to buy the Switch online service so they can play the online. I think that's the strategy that they went. Why they ditched split screen. Unless, hang on. Maybe that was like one detail they missed out on, but let me see. Release date. No, not release date. Remake. That doesn't answer my question, and I'm not taking AI's overview response as a legitimate thing.
갑자기 새로운 영감이 떠올랐어.
Hang on. You know what? Hold on. It says you can pre-order now, so the game page should be up. I'm just curious if the thing, if there is offline play aside of like then again, no, even if I did, actually never mind, no, I just realized something. Even if I check the game page, it will still tell me just 2 or whatever players for offline, but that wouldn't confirm if it has split screen play or not. Never mind. Yeah, Nintendo not mentioning the latter Star Fox games. It's not that they don't want to acknowledge, but I think we are inclined to believe that Nintendo doesn't want to acknowledge their existence. Because like I said, back then, Assault was actually undersold. Command was also undersold. Zero, fresh off of my mind, people did try to give the game a chance, but Zero threw off a lot of people because of the gyro controls, the gyro aiming. As far as I remember, I don't think you can ever turn it off. So, which set a lot of people, feeling like they don't want that option. They want that classic Star Fox control of your shots. The not control of your shots, just the classic gameplay style. But because Zero was the aiming and shooting was forced you to use the gyro motion. Yeah, I imagine that's why people, kind of gave up on Zero halfway. At least for me, like I said, I'm one of the few that didn't mind the gyro. As you know me, I love my games with gyro motion. I did it with a lot of FPS games, Fortnite included, even though it was kind of stiff. Maybe it was like a work in progress at the time when I tried it. Now, just keep in mind that yes, Assault, yes, you can look at Assault now, today, as like an underrated game. But again, you have to remember, back then when it first came out, it was underappreciated, people were mixed on it, and like I said, it was undersold, which to Nintendo, while it holds as like sort of like a classic to Star Fox's lineup, on the other hand, Nintendo looks at that as a failure of an entry. But hey, I feel like we can't rule out the chances that it will come to, the Nintendo Switch Online library. Because didn't they kind of like soft confirm that when they announced GameCube games were gonna be on Switch too? So yeah, and then of course Command was like, what can I say? It was doing its own kind of thing, where they did keep the replayability in mind. Play through the story and take different paths. But I think what set people off was the gameplay. Because if I remember correctly how Star Fox Command's mechanics work, so gameplay wise, it's still Star Fox. If you played, well, no, Star Fox 64 3DS came out later, so never mind. No, if you played, the gameplay is fine. It plays just like, well, Star Fox. But every time you enter a battle, you're fighting not only enemies, but you're also fighting against the time limit, which is, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's a thing. But if my memory serves me right, yeah, that was like the stupidest mechanic. Plus, how you enter combat, you have to look at your touchscreen, drag your R wing, and then drag whoever characters you have towards the enemy to initiate a fight. And then, yeah, like I said, once you enter a fight, you have to take them down before the time limit. Unless it's a boss, then time is you don't have to fight against time. And then, yeah, I guess another thing that people weren't satisfied with Command was how the game had multiple endings, and some of the endings didn't feel... barely any of them felt like a good ending. I remember getting only some of them, but the endings that I got were all just depressing. like how Star Wolf saved the day, and then Fox was upset, so he and Falco ditched their days of being ace pilots and became not F-Zero, they call it G-Zero racers. Or that time where Fox and crew are back together, they saved the day, but Crystal was so heartbroken that she just left Fox and marries Panther. Or another ending where I guess this one's considered a happy ending. Fox and Crystal do get married, and then, yeah, peace in the Lilac system. And I remember that other time where Slippy, he had his own ending, and he became an old grandpa, retelling the stories of Star Fox to I don't know how many children he had, grandchildren, but yes, the Slippy had that. And then, yeah, you do play as Wolf, I believe, but I don't remember what kind of ending he has because, I think the other problem that Command had was, I don't think it ever tells you. Yeah, I mean, you have to actually remember which path you have already taken, so that you don't end up running into the same ending. And if you do, you have to start all over again, because every time it's like Shadow the Hedgehog style. Actually, every time you reach an ending, you start all the way back to the beginning, and then make different choices. Yeah, I haven't put Adventure and Salt there yet. Yeah, not yet. But they gotta at this. I mean, at this point, they might as well, or at least maybe after the remake comes out. So, anyways, yeah, Star Fox Command was a game. The only good thing that people did enjoy out of it was the multiplayer. Back then with Nintendo Wi-Fi. I mean, you had Mario Kart DS, Metroid Prime Hunters. So, of course, it made sense that Nintendo would pump out a Star Fox DS game with Nintendo Wi-Fi. But it was kind of like meh. Like the least played DS online game. Because, of course, out of all the three I mentioned, obviously Mario Kart DS was like the number one online DS game. Prime, I would personally say, would come in second. Because yeah, I'm talking from experience. Yes, definitely. Yeah, Mario Kart DS was no. Yeah, Mario Kart DS was number one. I just remember what was my second most played DS online game. Tetris DS. Tetris DS, and then Prime Hunters, and then yeah, Star Fox Command. I mean, they weren't wrong by the name of Command, since you do have to use the touchscreen and drag your team here and there. Could have been better. In fact, it would have been 10 times better if they didn't have a stupid time limit every time you enter a fight. And actually, now that I remember, the mission fails if the enemy reaches to your I guess the Gray Fox or the base or whatever. Hence why it feels like peer pressure that you have to, like, when a battle ends but you didn't finish it off, you have to drag Fox, Falco, whoever around to just to tag the enemy. And I think you had limited turns. I think, but yeah, it was. I guess you could say it was pretty much the strictest kind of game. And I think Nintendo would definitely like everybody to forget about Command. Hell, have you seen the characters design in Star Fox Command? Like, that was I mean, I get it. I understand it's a DS game, but holy smokes. Drastic downgrade after Assault. There's no buffs? Oh, here we go. Yeah. So, where do you go from there after Star Fox Zero? Well, I guess it made sense that you would have to go back to remaking one of the peak remake of the peakest entry, 64. Yes, it's another 64 game again, but like I said, there's nothing wrong with that. It's Star Fox 64. The original version is how do I say it? It's just that fun. It's replayable, and no matter how many times you replay it, how many times you replay every run, you always come back for more. It's that archaic style.
선두 유도는 너에게 맡기지. 활약 지원 준비 완료. 목표를 지정해줘.
Oh, it's like that.
적진 중앙을 향해 포격해. 효과 끝내주는데.
구름이 걷히고 달이 빛나는 쓰러지는
활약 지원 준비 완료. 목표를 지정해줘.
So it's been reported that
적진 중앙을 향해
Hota Studios were caught with their pants down. Like, people finally called out the fact that NTE has AI assets.
완벽한 유도였어.
Remember how I mentioned that it had whatchamacallit, AI art from movie posters and such. So yeah, it finally caught up to them. And yep, guess what? The devs actually, Hota Studios actually responded in a positive light. Like, they actually meant that they are going to take that criticism and actually remove the AI art and start making their own arts. But those are just words. As I always say, actions. The actions, the end result is what matters. Just spewing out words is one thing, but people will only be convinced when it actually is executed. Swirl reaction. As much as I like to use Varka, but I already have my own swirl.
탄약 장전 끝났어. 신호 기다릴게.
삼균이 고요한 내정 윤력 칭력 주수 흡착력 테스트 안전거리 확보 조합선 상태 좀 쉬어 칭력 주술 칭력 흡착력 테스트
조심해. 활약 지원이 도착할 때까지 버텨.
의 바람 복제 물러서 주술, 칭령.
활약 지원 준비 완료.
Maybe I need more.
목표를 지정해줘. 지면령 탄두로 교체. 활약 강화. 완벽한 유도였어. 훌륭해.
63080 바람드니. 조학선 창.
This is definitely not enough.
걱정 마. 흡착력 테스트. 주술, 윤력, 칭령. 63080 바람드니. 치료식 슈. 주술, 윤력.
조심해. 활약 지원이 도착할 때까지 버텨.
They just want me to use a trial. Or I need to read that description again. Actually, you know what? I'll take silver. All I need. Yeah, no, that's fine. So it's good that, see, this is exactly what I mean by Hoto Studios is an example of a game developer that, you know, when they see negative feedback that talks about their games and what needs to be changed, then yeah, you simply respond with, yes, we hear you, we will make changes, we will adjust the game to your liking. Unlike how in the West, here, you have a bunch of crybaby developers saying, then don't buy our game, boo-hoo, I'm a victim here.
선수 유도는 너에게 맡기지.
Because yeah, let me tell you man, that's not how you respond to your community.
생존 프로토콜. 잡았다. 어떤 수가 나오려나?
활약 지원 준비 완료. 목표를 지정해줘.
I heard, yeah, looks like Ubisoft is learning their lesson. But one Assassin's Creed game, a remake of their most popular one entry is not enough, man.
적진 주.
Ubisoft needs, well, I imagine more than 10 games to succeed because past couple of years they've all been flops.
누가 끝내주는데?
회수. 선멸 모드. 얽혀들어라. 얌전히 있으라고. 애군 타파. 계속 최종 프로토콜. 잡았다.
조심해. 활약 지원이 도착할 때까지 버텨. 활약 지원 준비 완료. 목표를 지정해줘.
I had rediscovered an old anime that I watched a long time ago. And it still has aged pretty well. It's no longer ongoing. No, heck, even the manga itself ended a long time ago. It was called School Live.
교과 끝내주는데.
No, no, not School Days. School Live, where it disguised itself as a cute anime school slice of life kind of show or series, I guess I should call it that. But under that disguise, it's a zombie apocalypse where 4 girls are basically trying to survive and live their school life days in the school while, you know, doing a little bit of Walking Dead kind of moments. You know, fight through crowds of zombies. Most of the zombies are just, you know, students. But then it gets spicier near the end, where it turns out the virus was actually a bioweapon, of course. And there is salvation. Oh, and it turns out the school that the girls were attending was actually built not just as a school, but as a shelter, because there was a, what do you call those, solar panels? There was a greenhouse at the top. It was not by, you know, it wasn't built for students to have like a gardening team. It was there for a reason. But yeah, it has its touching moments. And some flashbacks here and there. Unfortunately, yeah, the anime ended off on a cliffhanger. A happy end with a cliffhanger. And yeah, if you wanted to see how the story unfolds further, you would have to read the manga. And yep, another memory unlocked, because a long time ago, yeah, I read the manga online. Because I don't know if I could, if there were any physical copies that released overseas. The 4 characters actually survive. They all have like that moment where, you know, when humanity survives the apocalypse, they all have like that adulthood life, you know, what they're doing afterwards. So yeah, at least it ended off on a good note. But of course, the journey, the experience is what highlights the series. But yeah, like I said, the anime still has aged pretty well if you ever like go back and watch it. And yes, still to this day, some scenes just gives me like sad feelings, like, why did this character have to die? As far as I know, aside of the zombies getting killed, only 2 characters do die in the anime. And one of them is a dog, a really small one. So yeah, like I said, it's the kind of anime that hits hard. A good watch, but emotional.
선두 유도는 너에게 맡기지. 활약 지원 준비 완료. 목표를 지정해줘.
Shouldn't these be the first enemies you fight in the first stage? Wasn't the first group of enemies a bunch of ruin guards?
적진 중앙을 향해 공격해. 완벽한 유도였어. 훌륭해.
끝내도 되겠군요. 방해하지 마세요.
I have changed Barbara's artifact to make her, well, I don't know what to describe her at this point, but yeah.
활약 지원 준비 완료. 목표를 지정해줘.
She can now finally not only heal, but in exchange for healing, she can now dish out huge damage. Physical damage, at least.
지면용 탄두로 교체. 활약 강화.
Oh yeah, I heard that Halo Infinite got another update. They have a new sort of firefight mode called Gonulet. You're supposed to survive five endless waves of enemies, and if you survive the Gonulet, what was it? Then you go through an upgrade station. So yeah, you know, like how there was like a Call of Duty zombie inspired mode. I gave it a shot or two, but there were already problems. For one, there's only 2 stages, and it's not separate actually. That I'll give them that. Like if you manage to survive the first wave, you actually go through the second stage in a nice transition. Well, the transition is you fading to black on your screen, and then you go to your upgrade station. You have like less than a few seconds to even do anything, get your guns and such, before you're forced to go out fighting another wave. The other bad thing is they spam everything at you. And it's only 4 players. It should have been 6 in my opinion. Because when I say they spawn a shit ton of enemies, I mean everywhere. You're getting shot everywhere. The only thing that's your saving grace is getting an overshield after you revive your teammate. Which, yeah, good luck with that. You know, trying not to get caught. Plus, the wave only ends when you kill off the bosses. Yeah, not 1. Sometimes there's 2. It could be the Harbinger, it could be the monitor of Zeta Halo, or God forbid Atriox. But it's like whoever was playtesting that just spammed enemies everywhere. And they called it endless waves. I get it, but that shouldn't be the way how you're supposed to do it. That's like a Little Big Planet stage where somebody, or Mario Maker 2 stage where somebody just spams a bunch of Koopas and Goombas right at your face, and you're saying this is impossible when they don't even give you much of a fighting chance. No, your only fighting chance is when the skimmers drop a rocket launcher, or I don't know, a brute drops a fuel rod cannon. But, you know, you still have reloading to deal with, and try not to blow yourself up. But yeah, good luck with that when you have a brute charger coming at you. So yeah, it's playable, but it definitely has its issues. And it should have been 6 players at least. Maybe then it would have been fine. Oh yeah, and then the stages, they're small. Like a box. With some places, platforms you can climb on, but won't save you from the monitor. You know, that boss shoots lasers and is size of a tank. Oh, now we're doing blue. We're doing Bloom now. And even for an update, they still have yet to even increase the bot count. Like, it's crazy. It's baffling that in the year of 2000, when Halo Infinite came out, 2021, right? the game only lets you have 8 bots. Whereas, I don't know, a game from 2004 or 2002, I don't remember what year Battlefront 2 came out, allowed you to have 16 bots on each side. How many is that? 32. A PS2, Xbox, PC game from the 2000s has more bot counts than a game that came out in 2021. When we have the technology to include tons of bots. But sure, okay, 8. And when you're playing offline, why do you even bother having the, you know, the game modes for the big team battles when you can only work with 8? It should have been maximum.
재밌는 일 없나?
I don't know, but that's just me. That's just my personal take.
끝났어. 신호 기다릴게.
하지만 거기까지?
I just like couch. I just like my couch multiplayer games, you know, with bots.
목표를 지정해줘.
And it's actually amazing how bots of today are. I don't know.
기린 자.
Fair, is it fair for me to say that some developers can't make good coordinated bots?
수수께끼는 풀렸어. 이해했어.
Oh, but oh, now the mix. On a rare occasion, though, actually, now that I think about it, at least other games like Marvel Rivals, at least the bots in that one actually know what they're doing. And I'd say it's a better bot play because than Overwatch. Overwatch 2, or sorry, no, it's not. Right, it's just Overwatch now. Overwatch, I remember when I tried doing the offline practice bots.
거짓말은 안 돼.
You can only select a limited, only specific characters because I am assuming Blizzard, you know, they couldn't make all the bots, the bots play as any of the characters. But yet somehow Marvel Rivals was able to do that. Well, again, that's just me with personal preferences. Speaking of Rivals, I was actually considering reinstalling the game, but then I was immediately hit with the reason why I stopped playing.
기린 자. 답은 마음속에 있어.
I feel like
진실은 그림자
the
같지.
game has gone considerably very competitive. Even when you're playing
이해했어.
just casual quick matches. Some folks out there have way too much high expectations. Still, if I were to ever reinstall and go back and playing it, yeah, I'd just probably stick to Rocket Raccoon. I miss the days when I could just shoot and heal, buff my team. Healing in team-based shooters for me, it just feels good to help. Even if I get yelled at and telling me I do a terrible job, but hey, is it my fault every time, you know, as a healer, I get hounded by six enemy team members because they know I'm the one keeping my team alive? Is it my fault that, you know, I'm in the middle of healing and some Spider-Man sneaks up behind me and then I die and I can't heal my team? Is that my fault? Yeah. Well, yes. According to my teammates, yes, it is my fault. Because, as everybody knows, in Marvel, whether it's Team Fortress 2, Overwatch, or Marvel Rivals, you always blame the healer. Oh, so there's like stuff you can do. Or some encounters. Oh, shoot. Really now? Hey, to be fair, in your case, you're talking to a guy who spent 5 years with this game. With, you know, too many characters. Yeah, I say it's unfair because you know what? I also say the same thing with whale players. Because whale players, they often, you know, in these kind of events where there's always combat, they always go for the extreme difficulty. Yeah, no, I don't. Because here's the exploit. You can just play a hard mode, and if you do well, you can still get gold. And still get the awards anyways. But, more importantly, you don't need to, you know, compare yourself to another player who has gold. Because you know what comes more important? I mean, I guess also in this case, these two. Like, if an event offers you a free weapon or a free character, then at least silver should be good enough. And plus, you also have, like, other events to help accumulate those points. So yeah, no, don't feel bad about yourself. No. This is just me, you know. Somebody who has too many characters to work with. Some that work, some that don't. And, you know, you also have to pay it. Me especially, I have to pay attention to what the battle arena is telling me. Like, you know, what are the buffs or battlefield features. And then, yeah, you have to assign characters, set up a party that works with that. And hey, fortunately, the game does offer you trial characters if you don't have them. Or if you do have them, but, you know, they're low level, at least they give you now level 90 characters. It used to be level 80, but yeah, I guess Hoyoverse now realize power creeping is too real, so we gotta update the trial characters to be level 90. Otherwise, people are gonna have a hard time on the events. But either way. Yeah, so for me, I don't bother doing the extreme difficulties. I just do hard. Hell, sometimes there has been like events in the combat sections. There in the events. I'm repeating myself. Sorry. There have been moments in the past where even when I had, you know, a good lineup of characters, level 90 and such, but then there would be this one battle or one whole event where no matter how hard I try, even when I listen to the buffs, it's not enough. And then I force myself to be like, okay, I have to play normal, fight level 40 enemies, and just work with what I have. Or work with that. And sometimes I get a silver, sometimes I get bronze. But what only matters at the end is, you know, if an event gives me, if I manage to accumulate points to get the free weapon or character, then that's good enough. I don't need to go for gold. Sometimes they're even passive. Sometimes I think it's even they try to even make it passive. It's usually like 1,000 points just to get a character or a weapon. There's more. There's a quest here, and then there's this. Oh man, this is what I'm. This is okay. No, this one is. Oh no, never mind. And then there's the the storyline part of the event. And I have like what, a week to do it? Yeah. And now there's another event happening as I speak. Oh well, at least that just means more Primo Gems as long as I, you know, do them. This is literally me just trying to play catch up here.
홍보가 필요하면 여기서 한마디만 소리치면 돼. 전시회장 1층에 있는 손님들이 고개를 들면 바로 여기부터 보일 테니까. 게다가 여긴 2층으로 올라올 때 꼭 지나야 하는 곳이거든. 누구나 한 번쯤은 오며 가며 구경하게 될 거야. 두고 봐. 내가 잡아준 이 부스에서라면 분명 초대박이 날 테니까.
Yeah, when I say passive, like even if you struggle on the combat part of any event, you can still make up for that for these kind of events that have nothing to do with using your own characters
그래서
or trial characters.
과거 데이터 검색. 야우다님의 표정을 분석합니다.
Like I said, that happened to me. I had to get all bronze because some combat events were too difficult for me, even with level 90 characters.
역시 바보로보 쪽이 말이 통한다니까. 어떻게 보답하면 되는데?
But yeah, like I said, to me, what is important at the end of the day is just
야우다님,
get
다음에
get
공방에 와서 디저트를
the Primo
드실
Gems.
때는 복도 쪽 자리로 안내해드리겠습니다.
뭐?
그 자리에 앉으면 주방에서 나오는 디저트를 가장 먼저 받을 수 있습니다. 또 창문의 햇빛이 바로 닿지 않고 물주전자와도 더
I wonder
가깝습니다.
if we'll ever encounter any
제가
funny
추천드리는
characters
자리에
like Jehoda
앉으시면
in the next
디저트를 즐기는
in the
시간이
next
더욱
region.
편안해지실 거예요.
겨우 그걸로 퉁치겠다고?
There has to be at least a few.
그게 왜? 거긴 원래 내 자리야. 디저트 자금을 버는 일만 아니었으면 절대로 양보 안 했을 거라고. 무슨 일이야? 야오다가 난감해하는 것 같은데. 그냥 솔직히 말할게. 내가 모처럼 좋은 자리를 잡아줬으니까 너도 기술 지원 한 번만 해주면 안 될까? 기술 지원? 우리는 전시회 규모가 유독 크잖아. 그만큼 사고의 규모도 커질 게 뻔하다고.
I still can't believe Jehoda lost an arm. Poor girl.
전시회 관리자로서
But on the other hand, now she has a mechanical one.
모두를 휘어잡을
She can rotate her wrist, no problem.
진짜로 그렇게 큰 문제가 생기면 네페르한테 보고부터 해야 하는 거 아니야? 그건 그렇지만 내가 만든 문제는 내 인맥으로 해결하는 게 제일 좋잖아. 그 새꼬마 기억나? 걔네를 괴롭히던 녀석 그냥 건달이 아니야. 전시회에 불만을 품은 사람이야 워낙 많으니까 일부러 누가 시비를 걸려고 보낸 거겠지. 녀석들도 보이니치 상위를 직접 건드릴 배짱은 없으니까 행사장 밖에서 꼬마들을 괴롭히기나 하는 거야. 근데 규정상 행사장 밖에서 일어나는 일은 내 책임이 아니라서 내런니한테 말하기가 좀 그래. 나선 걸 후회는 안 하지만 내가 봐도 나는 사서 고생하는 재주가 있다니까. 그런 식이면 확실히 대비가 필요하겠네. 알겠어. 딱 한 번만 뚝딱뚝딱 궁극의 스위치를 누를 수 있게 해줄게.
확실히 모두를 휘어잡는다는 조건을 충족하는 건
Even though you can
그것뿐이군요.
see her Aino's hands
뚝딱뚝딱 궁극.
and how sometimes they sort of no-clip, nonsensical, especially when she wields her the Claymore sword.
생긴 적이 있어서 만들어놨지.
But I think the long sleeve trope thing
그러면
still works.
모드크라이에서 웬만한 골치 아픈 일은 다 해결할 수 있을 거야. 진짜? 스위치가 켜지면 대체 어떻게 되길래? 딱 한 번만 쓰라고 빌려주는 거니까 정말 어쩔 수 없을 때 써야 해. 알겠어. 한번 믿어볼게. 너네 뚝딱뚝딱 크룸카케 공방 부스 가봤어? 거기 주인이 설계도를 팔고 있던데? 그 설계도를 사면 아저씨한테 배운 지식으로 우당탕탕 경비대를 만들 수 있을지도 몰라. 전시회에서 본 모라는 모두의 새 옷을 사는데 써야 해. 함부로 쓸 수 없어. 아저씨도 그랬잖아. 우리가 즐거운 게 제일 중요하다고. 그만 싸워. 찬물 끼얹으려는 건 아닌데 사실 이 전시회에 장난감을 사러 오는 사람은 거의 없어. 너희가 벌게 될 모라로는 설계도는커녕 옷도 몇 벌 못 살지도 몰라. 안녕하세요, 야호다 언니, 여행자 언니. 일부러 여기까지 찾아온 건 미리 주의를 주고 싶어서야. 여기저기 둘러보는 건 상관없지만 낯선 사람과 거래할 때는 조심 또 조심해야 해. 이 전시회에 있는 사람들은 파는 쪽이든 사는 쪽이든 너희가 마음 놓고 대해도 되는 부류가 아니라고. 무슨 야오다는 이 애들을 진짜 잘 챙겨주네. 어쨌든 나는 이 전시회의 책임자니까.
Excuse me. Watch out for any scammers too.
꼬마 셋이서 운영하는 부스는 여기밖에 없어. 깽판 치려는 녀석들이 있다면 이렇게 만만해 보이는 곳부터 노릴걸?
Yes, she is right about that. Well, 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 if it isn't our friend. He's really traveled a long way. This man has been everybody's best friend.
내가 잘못 본 거 아니지? 토니!
여행자랑 페이몬? 이거 오랜만이네.
너 이 사람이랑도 아는 사이야? 넬 언니가 왜 너일 불렀는지
You give
이해가
him
되네.
raw materials, ingredients, and in exchange, primo gems. The easiest kind of event
나한텐
you
무슨
can
모양이야?
you can ever ask for.
확인 하나만 할게. 등록한 물품이 전부 평범한 일상용품 같던데 제대로 적은 거 맞지?
응, 맞아.
알겠어. 하긴 올해는 장난감을 파는 녀석들도 있으니.
별로 놀랄 일은 아니야. 평범한 일상용품도 장소에 따라 희귀한 상품으로 탈바꿈해서 비싸게 팔릴 수 있어. 이 전시회라면 분명 이 물건들의 잠재적 가치를 알아볼 사람이 있을 거야.
뭐 그렇게 생각한다면야. 나는 딱히 상관없지.
어때, 친구? 이번 사업 같이 해보지 않을래? 그게 실은 이번 물건을 매입하느라 전에 모아둔 희귀품 상자를 거의 다 써버렸어. 그래도 이 전시회가 끝날 때쯤엔 큰 돈을 벌 수 있을 거야. 희귀품 상자는 나중에 기회를 봐서 더 만들면 돼.
And I will be there. Can't wait. It's practically free primo gems, man. He's only asking for like some ordinary raw materials. Materials that you would pick up every day. Alright, so what does C2 do? Highest number of characters. Two types of elemental effects to be active at once. Huh. Don't know what that means, but any constellation just means something good. I think it should be safe to say that Star Fox 64 remake
여기서 뭐 하고 있어?
it will just change up the dialogue here and there. They already did that with the DS port or the DS remake, like how whenever you friendly fire Falco by accident or on purpose, you know, he would actually say, "Hey Einstein, I'm on your side." But now in the DS, they removed that. And I think you all know why. Some folks just don't want to bring up the name Einstein anymore
부스 안 지키고
because of
여기서
what he
뭐해?
did.
부스 운영 일지를 불러옵니다. 분석 중.
So expect that.
네브님은
Expect
그
changes like
설계도를
that to happen
사용하셨고,
again in
아트님은 이를 저지하러,
the remake.
라야님은 두 오빠의 갈등을 중재하러 오셨습니다.
말했잖아. 이제 남은 모라가 없다고. 구경도 못하냐? 그만 좀 싸우라니까. 네브, 설령 모라가 남더라도 이곳에 도면을 사는 건 누나가 허락 안 할 거야. 여기 있는 건 전부 위험하고 복잡한 무기 설계도야. 네가 조립한 장난감은 전혀 다르다고. 그러니까 괜히 건드리지 마. 그게 무슨 소리야? 내 설계도의 원형도 장난감이거든. 아? 마물을 하늘로 날려버리는 장난감도 있냐? 애초에 무기랑 장난감 사이에 무슨 차이가 있다고 그래?
Yes. One is lethal and the other is non-lethal. Unless there's a choking hazard. That's why you see, toy packages with age restrictions and telling you warnings. Don't give it to your 3-year-olds or 2-year-olds. They're gonna choke. Which I guess in this case she's right. Toys, weapons are no different.
네, 저도 우당탕탕 경비대를 만들고 싶어요. 제 나름의 아이디어는 있는데 이 설계도를 보고 따라.
Or you could always look back on Home Alone.
머릿속에 새로운 아이디어가
Toy cars are weapons too. You step on one and they hurt. Or no, Lego. Sorry, Lego pieces. But yeah, toy cars you could actually slip on them if you step on it.
어차피 결국은 못 사겠지만요. 네가 만든 장난감도 도면은 있지? 내 거랑 바꾸자. 장난감끼리 교환하는 거야. 정말요?
It's kind of crazy to believe. Oh my god, Celestia is right there.
누나라고 난 뚝딱뚝딱 크롬카케 공방의 대장이야.
Anyways, what was I saying?
고맙습니다. 뚝딱뚝딱 크롬카케.
Oh yeah, it's
공방의
crazy to
대장님.
think that Lego inflation.
너도 남을 챙길 때가 다 있구나.
Like, man, prices on Lego sets are just godly expensive. And look, I get creativity is great and all, but 1,000 pieces. It's crazy.
과거 기록을 분석한 결과 아이노님은 본인과
And since
비슷한
they have
재질
gone
아이를
paper
만나면
free,
94%
yeah, you better
확률로
start downloading that
이런
Lego
경우입니다.
app, because that's how the toys are now. How Lego's giving people the instructions on how to put it all together. Oh, these are. Oh, I thought. Never mind. So what are you selling? Oh.
저기 비스와바 아니야? 우리 전에 만난 적 있잖아.
너는 여행자? 이런 곳에서 거물을 다 만나는군.
회포는 나중에 풀고. 유감스럽게도 당신은 이번 전시회에서 처음으로 클레임을 받은 판매자가 됐어. 당신이 판 화승총이 고물이나 다름없다던데?
그게 무슨 소리야? 여기 똑똑히 적혀 있잖아. 여기서 판매하는 화승총은 폐기 직전인 물품으로 강선은 거의 다 닳았고 탄약도 젖어 있을 수 있습니다. 쏘기 전에 폭발하지 말라고 기도부터 하세요.
이건 그냥 눈속임용 암호 아니었어? 암호? 암시장의 관례 같은 거야. 대놓고 팔기 어려운 물건은 폐품을 처리하는 척하면서 팔기도 하거든.
그건 오해야. 난 정말 폐품을 처리하는 중이라고. 어차피 폐기할 화승총이니 이걸로 뭘 하나 벌자는 윗선의 뜻이지. 구매자의 기도가 하늘에 닿으면 몇 발 정도는 멀쩡히 나갈지도 모르잖아? 그럼 돈 낭비한 건 아니고. 안 그래?
그래 알겠어.
폐기 직전이지만 위력은 건재하고 사용자 본인에게도 위협이 되는 총. 딱 암시장 물건 같지 않아?
이런 걸
Kind
누가
of.
사? 실용성에 관심 없는 수집가나 폭발 따위는 신경 쓰지 않는 무법자들 정도? 그래.
Reminds. What the? Oh, hello. Was there another episode?
안녕하십니까, 여행자 페이몬.
Speaking of expos and firearms, or weapons, I should say, yes, the anime convention I'm attending, the same one, they also sell weapons. In fact, of course, yes, you need to show your license, and, well, if you could even afford it. Yeah, in fact, last year, I saw Raiden's sword from Metal Gear Revengeance, and yes, it's not like plastic or handmade, it's steel made and heavy and $300.
그런 것도 있고
There's even like a replica of the Master Sword and the Hylian Shield that'll probably set you back $400 combined, or maybe 500.
플린스 다음
And yeah, there's
판이네.
even like butterfly knives that if you wish to have. For the longest time, I remember seeing like a vendor selling like canteen. What do you call those? No, is it called canteen? No, those. You know, like you see in movies where an alcoholic has like the little canister drink, those flat bottles or something. Last year I was actually wanting to get one. Not that I drink. If anything, I would just pour water inside of that. But yeah, last year they weren't there. Nobody was, or not even any other vendors were selling them.
너희 여기서 화승총을 사려고?
Hopefully this year, maybe I can find them.
여기서 파는 건
But that depends on the price, of course. And what, in terms of design and
안내판에
engravings.
명확히 나와 있으니까요.
그건 그렇지.
제가
Say, no,
이
officer,
화승총의
it's water.
향기를
Look.
느낀 건 예전에 본 사진 한 장이 떠올랐기 때문입니다. 그 사진에는 등지기 몇 명.
Last year I even tried,
함께 싸운
I wanted
유명한
to get
장교가
the
찍혔죠. 사진 속의 장교가 사용하던
like a replica of the assault rifle from Halo, but holy shit, it's like $90.
등지기랑 함께 싸웠던 사람도 있어?
Pistol, I think the Halo 1 pistol was like 50.
그렇게 신기한
There was
일이
even a
아니에요.
plastic
저도
gun
선배들한테
that
비슷한 이야기를
actually
많이 들었어요.
has like a clip
이 화승총의
and
주인도 분명
not real
화승총과
not
맞서
real
싸운
magazines,
영웅이었겠죠.
not clips. Yeah, sorry, they're not called clips. They're called magazines. An actual magazine, but of course, no, the bullets are not real. And basically the selling point is just, hey, you ever wanted to know what it's like to shoot, quote unquote, a real gun? Well, hey, here's this plastic toy that replicates that feeling, minus recoil and yeah, what a real gun does.
하지만 그런 영웅의 총이 왜 판매되고
Basically,
있는
it's
거죠?
just a toy for adults, nerds.
그게 우리의 규칙이자 모두가 함께 정한 약속이니까.
But then when when I saw how it functions, I thought, hey, that's cool. But then I was quickly,
나 같은
like,
말단
nah,
사관이든 당신이 말하는
this is definitely
영웅이든
something that
우리가
you would
죽어서
buy,
영웅이 되면 남겨진
but
자료는
then,
모두 수거돼서
when you get
다시
home, it's
분배돼.
like, damn, I wasted money on this.
아직 쓸만한 무기는 전장에 나갈
Yeah,
신병들에게
one of
들려주고
those.
못 쓰게 된 건 모라로 바꾸는 거지. 이걸로 말단 병사들에게 더
Like that
나은
time when I
식사를
bought a
제공할 수
Nerf
있다면
gun.
주인과 함께
It was
뭉치는
cool,
것보다
but
훨씬
then
낫지 않겠어?
it was so big because it was like one of those three-piece parts
플린스 씨,
model.
저이 총을
Yeah.
사고 싶어요. 나중에 이 화승총에 얽힌 이야기를 들려주실 수 있을까요?
Then I thought, wait, what am I really gonna do this? What am I gonna use the Nerf gun for? Unless I have like something for target practice, which I did at the time, little green plastic men that I used to own. But no. It was once again another case of a waste of money. Those are definitely things that you would just own if you were still young in your 20s.
여기 보물 매번 있어. 여긴 티바트 최대의 합법 암시장 같은 곳이니까. 그치만 보물 사냥단 그럴 리가. 보물 사냥단은 상당히 광범위한 호칭이야. 그쪽 내부 파벌이 얼마나 복잡한데. 매번 부스를 신청하는 단어는
Well, then
본인에게
again, that's same thing
최대한
with
크고
like
화려한 색감을
figurines.
붙이곤 했어.
Last year I bought a
그래야
couple
봄의 자랑 흥정할 때
Hololive
더 세게 나갈 수
figurines.
있으니까.
Some that weren't way over the $100 budget.
그러다
Some were
시간이 흐르면서
were actually
암묵적인
just at a
규칙이 하나
fair
생겼지.
price, I would say.
전시회마다 보물 사냥단 부스는 딱 하나만 있어야
But
한다.
funny enough, they would be at a price that, you know, you would have to, it's like, would you choose an anime figurine that's like $40 or a new game that is mouse PI for hire for that almost same price?
각 파벌끼리 먼저 밖에서
One that you
경쟁해서
play as a
도전
video game or the
참가할지
other you just put on your display as like some sort of collectible.
솔직히 말하면 나는 보물 사냥단보단 질서과일단 소속이라고 말하고 싶군. 역시 질서과일단은 명성이 자자하니까 너도 우리의 영웅담을
But I'm
들어봤겠지?
gonna need to make room.
그러고 보니 최근 몇 년간 보물 사냥단 부스를 차지하고
I definitely wouldn't see myself buying another Gunpla model. Ugh.
이번에 온 녀석은 처음 보는 얼굴이야.
I still remember it. My experience on building some Gunplas. My hands were dry as fudge. I think I still have the tools.
무슨
Hang on.
문제라도 있어?
Yeah, I do. Just in case. If well, I did just say I wouldn't buy another Gunpla.
이 사람
But
아까부터
you'll never know.
쳐다보고 있어.
I won't know
누구나
if I
잡을 것 같은
suddenly
눈빛으로.
decide to just
이봐,
suddenly
나는
buy one.
질서과일단 소속이라고.
이거 참 우연이네.
I think
나도 그런데.
my mistake was for my first Gunpla, I should have bought a big one.
정말?
Because turns out, building small Gunplas, the finished model is worth it, but building it, oh god, all the tiny little shitty pieces. It's like Lego building. You hope that you don't drop the piece or lose it. But you know, if with Gunpla, you have to take the pieces out of the frame. You have to shave off the nods. Oh, yeah. Fortunately, the anime convention does have like a dedicated section where people can actually sit on the table and build the Gunplas if they don't want to do that at home because you don't have the tools. They do sell the tools, but if you don't want to buy them, there's a rental. No charge though.
원인이었나?
But they do ask you for something in exchange because you're taking something that's theirs. I think they ask you for your like ID license.
전시회 참가 자격을 연달아 따냈어. 그래서 올해는
Oh yeah, and the same
신고를
thing
피하기 위해
the same thing with
자진해서
when
빠지기로
you're
했지.
going to
이 녀석이
play
다른
classic
파벌들이
games.
참가 자격을 두고 싸우려는데
Last year
우리 스승이라고
I
주장하는
mentioned
이
this.
녀석이
Last year I tried
부스를 차지해버린 거야.
a game that I always wanted to try, and that was the Buffy game from on the original Xbox, which unfortunately, yeah,
지금까지 아무도 나를
is
건드리지 않는 걸
among
보면
the rarest games you'll ever could ever get your hands on. A licensed game that's actually good, and a game that would be one of the assets used for Xbox Killer Instinct. But anyway, yeah, what is going on here?
전시회가 끝난 뒤에 나샤마의 항구로 찾아와. 보이니치 상회의 규칙
Some kind of
때문에
deal.
전시회장에서
Some
소란을
offer.
일으킬 수는 없으니까.
그렇군. 꼭 가지.
쟤는 지금 어떤 상황인지 감이 안 오나 봐. 참, 지난 몇 년간의 협력이 만족스러웠던 점을 봐서 보물 사냥단의 다른 파벌은 질서과일단이 정리한 게 맞아. 그러니까 이 사칭범 녀석이 부스에 멀쩡히 서 있을 수 있었던 거고. 하지만 보물 사냥단에는 패배를 인정할 줄 모르는 놈들이 많아. 우리를 건드리기 힘들다는 걸 깨달은 이상 앞으로는 더 만만한 표적을 노리겠지. 애들을 잘 살피는 게 좋을 거야.
Even in this day and age, we still don't have a character that's with that works for the treasure hoarders. Oh, there's a new one. Oh, Varka is here too.
어때?
좋군. 몬드의 맛이야.
바르카? 너도 전시회를 구경하러 왔어?
But yeah, the Buffy game was pretty
야,
fun.
페이몬, 여행자.
And since I'm a full-grown
원래 그냥
adult,
가볍게
yeah,
들어보려고 했는데
understanding how
뜻밖의
mechanics
물건을
works
발견해서 말이야.
and game exploits, I was like, man, it would have been nice if we had a remake of the game.
이렇게 멀리 떨어진
I did
곳에서
hear
몬드의
they
사과를 맛보면
Hulu tried
쉽지
to
않거든.
make a new season of Buffy where we have an older
미리
Buffy
말해두지만
who is a
몬드에서
mentor
살
trying to
때랑은
teach
가격이
new
많이 달라.
generation of vampire slayers. Unfortunately, Hulu had to pull the plug. I forgot what the reason was.
물론 알지. 고양이의 맛은
And
그만한
yes,
가치가
yes,
있는
they
법이야.
were
전도사지.
planning to
나중에
bring
사람을 보내 가져가겠어.
Sarah Michelle Gellar.
전부 산다니. 이거 거래 한 번에
If anything-
완전 다 뽑겠는데?
Considering that she can still reprise her role, yeah, I would have been down for a remake of the Buffy game.
옆집에서 특별한 루트로 들여왔다는 몬드 술은 마셔봤어?
It just sparks early 2000s 3D hand-to-hand combat, like that Spider-Man tie-in movie. Minority Report, except the game version doesn't star Tom Cruise.
그래, 확실히 나쁘지 않더군. 하지만 몬드 술이라고 부르기엔 좀 부족해. 게다가 페보니우스 기사단의 대단장이 몬드 술을 밀수하는 상인편을 들 순 없잖아.
그건 그렇네. 그렇다고 그 녀석을 어떻게 할 건 아니지?
네페르 사장의 규칙은 잘 알고 있어. 너희를 난처하게 만들 수야 없지. 시간 나면 기사단 주둔지로 놀러 와. 이 사과가 있으면 기사들에게 무알콜 사과주를 만들라고 할 수 있을 테니까.
But Lumine is still underage. She
페보니우스
can't drink.
기사단의 대단장이라 그런지 씀씀이가 후하시군.
이번엔 진짜 제대로 한몫 벌었네.
내가 맨날 손해만 보는 것처럼 말하지 마. 그래도 뭐 이렇게 빨리 본전을 찾은 건 예상 밖이야. 슬슬 다음 장사를 고민해봐야겠어. 스네준의 성으로 갈까 해.
Ha! I knew
한글
it.
계획을 실행하느라
I
각종
I
문제가
knew we were gonna
부족해지기
meet up
시작했다고
with him
하더라.
again.
장사꾼에겐 기회지.
Project what?
2년이 닿으면 거기서 또 만나자고.
That
거기서도
whatever
장사 잘
project he
되길
mentioned,
바랄게.
that better not be something bad. But yeah, we'll see you again soon, Lieben. That's not. That's something else, right? Oh no, that's the continuation of the story. Okay. Uh-oh. My battle pass is done. Same thing with the Wonderland. Oh, speaking of which, so I guess I should say, if by chance you well, whether or not you complete the battle pass in the Wonderland, if you do purchase the battle pass, just the basic one, just the normal one, not the expensive one, you also unlock the battle pass for the multiplayer. But if you did the other way around, you bought the battle pass for the multiplayer, the Wonderland. If you did that, the main battle pass gets a sort of like 50% off discount because you're only paying half of the price in the Wonderland. But yeah, if you insist on getting both, it's best to get the main one here because you get 2 battle passes for the price of 1. Unless they somehow changed that, but but yeah, last I checked when I did it, yeah. You get both. So, you know, that's a nice offer, I suppose. But then again, whether or not you play the Wonderland game mode, it's still, you know, not really a waste. Or, you know what, never mind. I'm not going to comment any further. Hoto Studios is also doing the exact they're pricing their microtransactions the same as Hoyoverse, from the battle pass to even the gacha. Really goes to show how they understand the market and the competition. Arknights, on the other hand, something else. I mean, you spend it's not high pricey, but because of that, you're not gonna gacha. You don't get much gacha back, which is crazy. What's even more crazier is that I fear the worst.
거기 있어? 네가 직접 판단해줘야 할 일이 생겨서 말이야.
Like how in the future of Arknights' updates, they're gonna give you so much factory blueprints that it's already driving me insane. There's an event right now in Arknights where they give you a blueprint to craft something so you can exchange it for some currency. And the setup is a nightmare. Now, sure, a nightmare for a newbie like me, but to others, yeah, they'll say, have you ever done computer engineering? It's the exact same thing. Which is actually true. Some computer engineer actually formulated a blueprint where every facility is connected in such a fashionable, organized way because he used his computer engineering skills to lay out all the facilities. And I'm like, damn, that's impressive. But on the other hand, how much time did you spend putting everything together? Fortunately, you can share your blueprint IDs online, or, you know, just look up on YouTube, and if they are willing to share the ID, yeah, that they're already doing the work for you. Which, yeah, I guess I can do that. But how do I know I can really trust them? Like, it's not going to take up so much of my power. Anyways, yeah, I think Arknights is going to break me, which is a shame because I do like the combat and the story too. But the factory thing is definitely it was there on purpose to drive people not just insane, but, you know, do something on the side. Except I can't call it the factory part a side gig. It's literally the core thing of Arknights. Not the combat, it's the factory. Anyways. Oh, so she already knows who they are.
두 사람이 올 거란 사실을 아는 거랑 스스로 내 앞에 오게 만드는 건 전혀 다른 일이지.
Well, then again, Nefer and Yelan actually have met before.
그래서 여행자에게 참가 업체 안내를 맡긴 건가? 나와 슈브루즈 씨에게
But if Chevers is here, where is Emily?
그래서 우리는 기꺼이 진실을 털어놓았지.
Because, yeah, to me, I ship Chevers and Emily.
여행자는 당신과 사이가 좋으니 우리의 계획을 듣고 그냥 내버려둘 리 없다. 이렇게 확신했던 거로군.
맞아. 덕분에 나는
두 사람과 협상할 기회가 생겼지. 미리 말하지 않은 점은 사과할게. 이번 건은 꽤 복잡한 일일 것 같아서 신중해야 했거든. 걱정 마. 전에 약속한 보수는 변하지 않으니까.
대체 어떻게 된 일인지 빨리 설명해줘.
그럼
They're on the
두
hunt for
손님부터
somebody.
경위를 설명해주겠어? 서로 교환해야 할 정보가 있을지도 모르잖아. 얼마 전부터 리월 변방의 도적들이 날뛰고 있어. 모종의 루트를 통해 전에는 접할 수도 없던 무기를 손에 넣었는지 전력이 대폭 상승했다군.
Oh, okay, more than
그
one.
탓에 길을 지나는 행상들이 상당한 피해를 입고 있지.
폰타인 쪽 상황도 비슷해. 최근 갱단 간의 무력 충돌이
excuse me.
격해지면서 일반인들에게 악영향을 끼치고 있지. 특별 순찰대의 조사 결과 누군가 갱단의 강력한 무기와 장비를 판매하고 있다는 사실이 밝혀졌어. 가시장미회의 협조에도 제압의 난항을 겪고 있지.
그렇다면 확실해졌네. 각국을 돌아다니는 무기 상인 조직이 있는 거야.
이 조직은 무척 신중해서 곳곳에 문제를 일으키면서도 단서는 거의 남기지 않았어. 얼마 전까지만 해도 말이야.
구매자가 실수로 물건의 출처를 노출해버린 거지. 그리고 이 단서는 노드크라이 무역 전시회를 가리키고 있었고.
맞아.
Sounds like an obvious trap for the
음?
bandits.
확실히 자유도가 극도로 높은 거래 장소에서 무기 같은 상품은 빠지지 않는 품목이야. 두 사람의 타깃이 전시회에 있을 가능성은 충분하지. 그래서 사람 하나 잡겠다고 이 전시회를 엎어버릴 셈이야?
부정하진 않겠어. 나로서는 범인을 체포하는 일이 최우선이니까.
아니면 우리 비밀의 집 주인께서 주최자로서 약간의 편의를 제공해주면 어때? 그러면 우리도 전시회를 망치지는 않겠다고 약속하지. 노드크라이 무역 전시회에서 이뤄지는 거래는 전부 보호받아. 설령 그게 다른 곳에선 불법이라 해도 말이지. 이건 전시회의 존속을 위한 기반이야. 보이니치 상회는 거래 양측으로부터 수수료를 받고 있으니 그 원칙을 지킬 의무가 있어. 어떤 이유로든 물건을 사는 손님이 모두가 보는 앞에서 잡혀가게 둘 수는 없다는 소리야. 협상이라더니 정작 가장 중요한 부분은 협상이 안 되는군.
다들 다시 생각해봐. 괜찮은 협의점이 있을지도 모르잖아.
보호받는 건 전시회 안에서의 거래뿐인가?
어? 전시회와 무관한 거래라면 내가 관여할 바 아니지. 그거면 충분해. 전시회의 규칙을 어기는 일은 없을 거라고 약속하지. 조건이 하나 더 있어. 약속이 지켜질 수 있도록 여행자가 이번 조사의 모든 과정에 동행했으면 해.
여행자라면 받아들이지.
고마워, 두 사람.
그럼 이번 협상은 성공한 건가? 맞지?
최고의 결과야. 다 네 덕분이지. 참, 부탁 하나만 더 해도 될까? 모든 일이 끝나면 사건 뒤에 숨겨진 이야기를 내게 가져다 주겠어?
Wasn't there 4 parts? Or the fourth one was supposed to be like an epilogue of sort? Yeah, 4, but technically 3. The epilogue is just a wrap up. The day after tomorrow. I was taking a look back on NTE's marketing, and yeah, I was like,
벌써 이틀이 지났어. 야란이랑
I was
사람들의
like,
조사는
huh.
어떻게 됐으려나?
Hota really going all out promoting their latest game, and Tower Fantasy barely got that kind of level of promotion. Which goes to show that, yes, they learned their lesson, and they were 200% confident that NTE would be a success if they played their cards properly. And so far, yeah, they're doing just that. Although I kind of wonder if they're gonna keep their word on, you know, when it comes to the character banners, that they will, that the limited time banners won't have a 50-50 loss. Because apparently that's the wording goes. The game does not have a 50-50 loss. You are always guaranteed to get the new character. But when it comes to standard, yeah, anything goes. Which is unfortunate because I got a husband though. I was not happy. And yeah, there is definitely a lot of things to do there. As long as you have city stamina. But once you run out, yeah, that's it. It just becomes like a simple gacha game where you do your dailies and that's it. End of session. Which is what I'm currently in the right now in the current moment, because I finished the story and it was surprisingly short, and now there's nothing to do other than just grinding.
귀중한 건 맞는데.
Well, I can
이
see
녀석의
why
정확한 이름은
they didn't want to go
귀종기라고 해.
too all out. Or maybe there will be a new quest when the first phase banner is done.
원거리 유도 기능만 있으면 되지. 이건 비밀인데. 업그레이드한 버전에는 유도 기능조차 필요 없어.
저도 한번 쏴봐도 돼요?
그건 안 돼. 귀종기는 보기보다 훨씬 강력하거든. 괜히 다치면 안 되니까 좀 더 크고
Beto
나서
is the
해봐.
kind of character that reminds me of those
안녕 북두. 여기서
favorable aunties or aunties,
여행자랑
the
페이몬,
relative
이
who
꼬마
will
손님들에게 전시품을
give you
소개해주고
everything you ask
있었어.
for. The playful one.
왜? 너 대어를 낚으러 온 거 아니었어? 설마 이 애들이?
그럴 리가. 얘들은 그냥 호기심 많은 아이들일 뿐이야.
아, 미안하군. 아이들이
And as
장사에
far as I can
방해가
tell,
됐겠어.
aside of
혹시나 바로
Chevrolet,
데려가지.
Beto's the only character with a hair that's not split in two.
벌써 가는 거예요?
You see, there's a good reason why Hoyoverse, the Genshin team, when it comes to characters having long hair, they can't,
아이들이 관심이
they don't
있다면
want to
더
go with the
설명해 줄수
long
있어.
hair, long straight hair. They always have to be split.
아니네. 이미 패를 많이 끼쳤어.
I think it's for most cases, like when it comes to like spear users. Yeah, the spears will like no clip through the hair. I think the other, and my theory is that they want players to
정말
be able to see the
괜찮은데?
characters' backs.
얘들아, 관심 있으면 전시회 끝나고 뵈러 오렴. 내가 직접
You know,
시범 사격을
Suck in the
보여줄게.
details on the characters' outfits.
구경만
Maybe
하면
easier for
구매해야
cosplayers as
하나요?
well.
무료 참관이야.
정말이죠? 약속이에요?
실례지만 그쪽 배는 전함 아닌가? 애들이 보기에 부적절하지 않겠나?
부적절하긴. 보급 때문에 리어랑에 정박할 때마다 배에 아이들을 태워주곤 하는데 반응이 얼마나 좋은지 몰라.
Like I said, Beto's the
수메르
fun,
사막에서
playful
나이랑은 뭐가
aunt.
다르겠어? 전함을 재미있는 놀이터로 여기게 해주자고.
전함을 놀이터로 여긴다라. 리워리는 강력한 화약으로 폭죽을 만들어 아이들에게 장난감으로 나눠준다고 들었네. 그런 환경에서 자라는 아이들이니 전함을 놀이터로 여길 수 있는 거겠지.
정 그렇게 걱정되면
아니, 온 마음에 푸념한 것뿐일세. 나중에 기회가 되면 아이들을 배로 보내도록 하지.
아이들을 진심으로 아끼는 가장이네. 뭐 아무튼 본론으로 돌아가자.
우리는 조사 상황을 물어보러 왔어. 어때? 대어는 찾았어?
대여라면 이미 헤엄쳐 왔어. 아직 미끼만 안 물었을 뿐.
또 갑자기 튀어나오긴.
이 물건은 폰타인에서 써야 제 성능이 나오겠군요.
하지만 폰타인에선 구할 수 없다고. 이런 기회 흔치 않아.
실례했습니다.
진정해.
Doesn't that just kind of give it away by calling that NPC a spy?
아,
It should have been, you know, the
이건
typical
가격이 좀-
triple question mark name.
마음에 안 들면 딴 집 가서 알아봐.
전시회에 흥정 불가라는 규칙은 없는 걸로 아는데요.
흥정? 보이니치 상회에 낼 수수료까지 가격에 녹아 있는 거라 어쩔 수 없어. 비싼 것 같으면 상회에 가서 따져.
좋은 물건이란 건 충분히 알겠습니다. 가격을 조금만 낮춰주시면 큰 거래를 할 용의가 있는데.
Why is it that every
어떻습니까?
villain NPC has one of those eye wrinkles?
좋은 물건인 건 나도 알지. 그래서 싸게 팔 생각 없어.
I swear, like 90% of them always has those eye wrinkles.
둘 다 손해 보지
That's
않는
how you
방법도
know
있죠.
they're the typical stereotype villains in these story events.
무슨 뜻이지?
노드크라이가 이렇게 넓은데 꼭 여기서만 장사하라는 법 없지 않습니까?
Oh, he wants to make a deal outside of the expo.
수수료가 안 되는 곳에서 큰 거래를 논해보지요. 어떠신가요?
전시회에 보호가 없는 곳에서? 그랬다가 너희가 물건만 챙기고 튀면 난 어떡하라고?
이렇게 강력한 무기를 갖고 계신데 오히려 위험한 건 저희 쪽이죠. 양쪽 다 리스크는 있지만 그만큼 얻는 게 클 겁니다.
주소 남기고 가. 다른 사람을 보낼 테니까. 난 전시회 명단에 등록되어 있어서 상해 끈앞풀에게 들키면 곤란해.
역시 빈틈이 없으시군요. 그럼 곧 다시
Careful.
뵙겠습니다.
Beto is among the few characters that can parry. I like to see you try. That seemed a bit too easy, though.
잘 풀리고 있네. 안전한 곳에서 다음 행동을 논의해보자.
And that was just the prologue for part 2? Dang. Oh, yeah, no, I'm not swimming there. It's too far.
결국 북두선장의 미끼를 문 건가? 내 설득은 하나도 통하지 않았어.
현실은 테이블 극단이 아니니까 설득이 주사위 굴리듯 쉽게 될 리가 없지.
난 이 범죄 조직이 폰타인에서만 활동하는 줄 알았어. 그래서 폰타인 환경에 최적화된 무기를 미끼로 삼았지. 하지만 상대가 국제적 조직일 줄이야. 그러니 리월 쪽에서 준비한 미끼가 더 매력적이었겠지. 이번 사건은 그쪽 도움이 크군.
다 그쪽이 준 정보 덕분이지. 그런데 녀석들이 뒷거래를 유도할 거라는 건 어떻게 알았어?
조직의 서류를 읽어보니 녀석들은 이익을 위해 수단과 방법을 가리지 않더군. 전시회의 보호장치도 녀석들에겐 장사의 걸림돌에 불과했을 거야. 어차피 위법에 더 익숙한 놈들이니까.
이제 전시회장 밖에서 녀석들을 붙잡기만 하면 되는 건가?
방금 그 녀석은
No.
정황을 살피러 온 염탐꾼에 불과해. 우리의 목표는 배후에 있는 두목이야. 요 며칠 동안 염탐꾼이 낚일 때까지 지켜봤는데 그 녀석처럼 대놓고 움직이는 놈 말고도 숨은 염탐꾼이 꽤 많았어. 염탐꾼한테 무슨 일이라도 생기면 나머지 염탐꾼은 바로 달아나서 두목에게 알릴 게 뻔해.
그렇다면
일망타진하는 수밖에. 조직의 두목이 눈치채기 전에 놈들에게서 두목에 대한 정보를 최대한 캐내야 해.
미안하지만 지금 인력으론 무리야. 염탐꾼은 사방에 깔려 있어. 우리가 그중 한 명이라도 놓치는 날엔 모든 계획이 숲으로 돌아가.
어떤 생각을 하는지 알 것 같군. 거래를 진행시켜서 배우의 임무를 끌어내자는 거겠지. 하지만 내 경험상 그런 인물이 직접 모습을 드러내진 않을 거야.
거래만 제대로 진행되면 그 점은 문제가 안 돼.
물건을 받으러 온 사람을 미행하려는 건가? 하지만 배우 인물의 경계심을 풀려면 진짜 물건을 넘겨야만 해. 그리고 당신들이 가져온 물건은 놈들에게 넘기기엔 너무 위험하지.
그 위험이라면 우리가 제어할 수 있어. 하지만 당신 방법으로는 한 명도 놓치지 않는다고 장담 못하지 않나?
이 무기에 대한 대책이 정말로 있다는 건가?
그러는 그쪽은 노드크라이에서 대규모 체포 작전을 실행할 능력 있어?
얘네 지금 싸우는 거야?
호락호락하지 않은 사람끼리 얘기하면 원래 이래.
걱정 마. 내가 보기엔 아주 순탄한 대화야.
협력에는 양보가 필요한 법이지. 내가 먼저 신뢰를 보여야 할 것 같군. 이건 어때? 나는 원래 계획대로 상대와 접촉하겠어. 내가 시간을 끄는 동안 당신은 숨어있는 염탐꾼을 전부 체포해줘.
양보해줘서 고맙군. 한 놈도 빠짐없이 붙잡겠다고 약속하지. 봤지?
그럼 여행자, 나랑 같이 그 염탐꾼을 만나러 가자. 넌 조사의 모든 과정에 참여해야 하잖아.
하지만 얜 신분이...
숨어서 내 뒤를 봐주면 돼. 혹시라도 상대가 덤벼들면 같이 때려 눕히자.
난 벌써 몸이 근질근질하다고.
What do you call that? This kind of scenario? It's like two experts, but they have like different approaches. Suddenly I'm thinking like good cop, bad cop, but I don't think it's that. The meetup.
진짜 더 싸게는 안 됩니까?
그래봤자 보이니치 상회에 내 수수료를 빼주는 정도야. 그 이상은 안 돼.
단호하시군요. 그럼 물건은 어떻게 넘겨주실 거죠?
그쪽은 여기 현지인이 아니니까 배에 실어야 하지.
맞습니다. 다만 항구는 보는 눈이 많으니 물건을 부품으로 분해해서 일반 화물 상자에 넣어주실 수 있을까요?
그건 좀 번거로운데. 눈을 피하고 싶다면 인적 드문 해안가에서 거래하는 건 어때? 우리 배로 직접 운송해줄게.
죄송하지만 저희는 분해 후 화물 상자에 넣어서 받길 원합니다.
물건을 되파는 곳도 열린 항구라서 반드시 평범한 화물 상자에 숨겨야 하나 보군. 그 무기들은 전부 유롱항이나 등방울 항구에서 유통됐으니 딱 맞아떨어지네.
당신 지금 무슨 소리를 하는 거지?
아니, 한 번 더 확인하고 싶었을 뿐이야. 슬슬 시간이 됐어.
꼼짝 마!
다 비켜!
염탐꾼이야! 도망치고 있어!
이젠 그 특별 순찰대 대장이 나설 차례야.
Okay.
한 녀석이 빠져나왔군. 위에 있던 녀석은 제압된 모양이야. 주변에 아이들이 있으니 유혈 사태 없이 끝내야겠어. 그럼 내가 도주로를 짜주도록 할까?
What? Destroy the object around the room. There's no zoom in.
이쪽으로 못 가.
Change course.
순순히 포기해.
Is that breakable? Oh, I guess it is.
체력이 다 떨어진 모양이지? 하지만 더 얌전히 굴어줘야겠어.
For a second there, I thought it was gonna crush.
내 다리.
Oh, it got his leg. I'm pretty sure that's more than a fracture bone.
얌전히 있어. 움직이면 다리가 무사하지 못할 거다.
I think that's more than a fractured bone, considering how the weight of that sign is.
나 하나 잡으면 끝인 줄 알고 여기에 우리 사람이 몇 명이나 있는지 알아? 한 명이라도 빠져나가면
항구에 5, 나샤 마을에 10, 광장에 3. 거기다 너랑 거래하러 나온 녀석까지 합하면 총 20이지. 네가 바로 20번째야.
뭐라고?
가만히 있어.
Dang. Leave it to Navia and her crew.
협력 고맙군. 보스를 대신해 감사를 표하지.
마땅히 해야 할 일인걸요. 예전에 노드크라이로 넘어와 고생할 때 가시장미애가 많이 도와주셨으니까요.
왜 그래? 뭐 잘못했어? 현지 갱단한테 밀리지 않. 최대한 세 보이게 연기하라며.
그렇긴 한데 네가 나를 보스라고 부르니까 왠지 웃겨서.
나비야 완전 대단하다.
믿는 구석이 있었군. 가시장미회가 폰타인 밖에서도 이렇게 많은 인력을 동원할 수 있었다니. 정말 빈틈없는 아가씨네.
이건 어떤 규정도 위반하지 않아. 비밀의 집 사장이 직접 와도 해명할 필요가 없지.
그래도 보이니치 상회가 마을에 설치한 광고판을 부순 건 해명해야 하지 않나?
그건 어쩔 수 없었어.
자, 그럼 이제 녀석들의 입을 열 방법을 찾아볼까? 폰타인 법률 집행청의 신문이 아주 효율적이라고 들었어.
리월 첩보원이 용의자를 다루는 솜씨도 만만치 않다더군.
Yeah, pick your poison.
이러면 계획은 성공적으로 끝난 거지?
조직 두목에 대한 정보를 알아내면
Although I hear at least in the Fontaine prison, you know, at least it's big, they compensate with food and they have their own currency. And hey, you can choose, they also have the best medical service.
그래도 그 두목은
A young lady with a giant needle.
비밀의 집과 협력은 마무리된 셈이지.
그럼 네페르한테 결과를 알려줘야 하지 않을까?
Honestly, I would take that. It's factory work.
신문 결과가 나오는
Plus,
대로 연락할게.
I
그때
remember
다 같이
that
그
some folks in
사장을 만나러
Fontaine who
비밀의
end up
집으로
in
가자.
there, they actually choose to stay there rather than going up in the surface.
생각보다 훨씬 순조롭게 끝났네. 한 명도 놓치지 않았어.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think Chevreuse was down there a long time ago when she was still a wee bit child, because I think it has something to do with
두 나라의
her
경찰이 손을
father.
잡은 것만 해도 엄청 근사한 이야기라고 생각해.
But she climbed up her way, joined the patrol surveillance team, and look where she is. She's a captain.
이걸로 부족한 것 같으면 신문에서 더 흥미로운 이야기가 나오길 기대해 봐야지.
실례합니다. 여행자님 맞으시죠? 야오다 씨가 급한 일로 찾으세요. 어서.
전시회장에 무슨 일이라도 생겼어?
죄송하지만 저도 자세한 사정은 몰라요. 긴급 상황이라고만 들었거든요.
우리 어서 가보자.
The best captain that Fontaine could ever have. And it's funny that despite being captain, she's a healer. And there's like a mixed feeling I have. Like Chevreuse is used as a healer. but she also does pyro damage, but said pyro damage is not scaled off of anything. So people prioritize HP because that's how her HP healing is scaled. But to that I was like, nah, I'll just build a attack offensive focus. But now that I think about it, actually, I don't know. Wasn't there... No, then again, no, that wouldn't work. Because I was just thinking about the current Barbara build that I redone. So originally it was this set that I used for a long time. But then I thought that then, what was it? Then I looked back on, who is it, Kugomi. She has that same setup with the artifacts. And I was like, wait, this setup may work better for Barbara as well. And yeah, it does. Basically, in fact, no, not just Kugomi, even who is it? What's her face? Chi-Chi, yeah. Basically, you accumulate this set. What it does is, when you accumulate any amount, especially huge amounts of healing, it creates a bubble, and the bubble explodes and does, it does damage. 90% of the accumulated healing, but it's physical damage. So if you were to use it against, say, a Ruin Guard that has more physical resistance, yeah, just expect not too much damage. But in general, on execution, yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good build for healers. So it's a win. You accumulate huge amount of healing, and in exchange, I mean, your healing teams, and it does damage. 2 for 1.
야오다, 침착하자. 오늘만 무사히 넘기면 상으로 핫도그를 먹는 거야. 좋아, 좀 괜찮아졌어.
이봐, 조금 진정해.
걱정 마. 내가 어떻게든 해결할 테니까.
Let me guess. Kids are missing.
드디어 왔구나. 여행자, 나 좀 도와줘.
Oh.
화물 상자를 도난당했어. 이 전시회에 도둑이 있다고? 진열대를 지킬 상해 사람들도 배치해뒀고 매일 정기 점검까지 했는데 대체 어떻게 털린 거지? 심지어 털린 화물의 주인이 북두라는 거야? 설마?
규정상 전시품은 전시회 측이 제공한 화물 상자에 보내야 해. 그래서 안에 전시용 샘플을 몇 대 넣어뒀지. 근데 오늘 점검 때 보니까 샘플의 모조리 털렸지 뭐야.
혹시라도 그 강력한 귀종기가 악당의 손에 들어가면...
전시용 샘플엔 안전장치가 걸려있어서 일반인은 열 수 없으니까 일단은 괜찮을 거야. 지금 중요한 건 샘플을 회수하는 거지.
상해 쪽에서 어떻게든 해결할 테니까 소문내지 말아주라. 야, 진짜 말해? 솔직하게 살아야 한다고 아저씨가 늘 말씀하셨잖아. 그건 그렇지만...
What you kids do?
에? 너희가 여긴 웬일이야?
나한테 할 말이라도 있니?
전시회에서 내부가 이 언니의 귀종기를 되게 좋아했어요. 그거란 아저씨는 저희한테 언니의 시연을 보러 가라고 그러면서 겸사겸사 기계의 수치를 몇 가지 물어보고 오라고 하셨어요. 근데 오늘 아침에 갑자기 아저씨랑 연락이 끊겼어요. 그래서 야호다 언니한테 도와달라고 하려고 왔는데
그래서?
아저씨가 도둑질할 사람이라고 생각하진 않지만 아슈바티는 상해 내부 사람이야. 그 녀석이라면 창고에 쉽게 드나들 수 있고 의심도 사지 않겠지. 잠깐만, 이러면 상회의 평판이 더 나빠지는 거 아닌가?
이 아이들이 파는 장난감은 전부 그 사람이 만든 거였지? 투박해 보여도 기술력이 상당했던 걸로 기억해. 만약 그자가 범인이라면 샘플의 안전장치는 문제가 안 될 거야.
이 더 안 좋아진 거잖아.
그럴지도. 야란을 속여 넘길 수 있는 사람은 정말 흔치 않은데. 이 아이들이랑 비밀의 집에 가서 정보를 맞춰볼 필요가 있겠어. 여기는 나한테 맡기고 다녀와.
I wouldn't say it's an inside job.
잠깐만, 얘들한테
Maybe
책임을 물라는
the
건
thief
아니지?
forced and threatened
그런 거 아니야.
the guy.
하지만 이걸 뭐라고 설명해야
이 아이들을 감싸주는 건가?
비밀의 집의 일원으로서 약속한 게 있으니까. 게다가
그럼 다행이네. 나도 얘들을 지키고 싶거든. 그러니까 빨리 그 남자를 찾아내자고. 진실이 어떻든 애들을 걱정시키면 안 되니까.
그럴게.
그럼 아이들을 비밀의 집으로 데려가줘. 나는 야란한테 그쪽으로 가라고 연락해둘게.
맡겨둬.
And back there again. It's funny how there's no fast travel that takes you directly there. The bank heist thing in NTE. You know, now that I think about it, the fact that there's a limit to how many times you can do it. Yeah, it kind of sucks that, you know, once you do it, once you reach the limit, there's not much you can do now. Oh, apparently, I just remembered something. Apparently, the game has a leaderboard that shows all the players who are currently rich. Yeah. I saw the leaderboard. Somebody has accumulated over 10 billion fawns, and I'm like, huh. Either they microtransaction that or
마지막에
play
이런
too
일이
much of the heist
생겼지야.
thing.
두 사람이 가져온 귀찮은 일도
But
오늘로
it's
끝날
just
줄
funny
알았는데.
that there's a leaderboard for how much of fawns every player around the world has accumulated. That's like if GTA 5 Online had a leaderboard for who is the richest player.
뭐 그래도 괜찮아.
If there is a leaderboard though,
이야기가
then
더
yeah, I would believe you.
흥미진진해졌으니까.
If not, I imagine there's like some sort of unofficial website that tracks every player's GTA money.
남일처럼 말하는군. 문제를 일으킨 건 그쪽 보이니치 상회의 사람이야. 설마 지금까지 잡힌 녀석들은 전부 미끼였나? 우리가 놈들을 체포하는 사이에 손을 쓴 거야.
Maybe, because we haven't
아직
caught the
확실한 건
leader
없어.
yet. We
그
only caught
아슈바티라는
their
사람에 대해
agents.
여기 세 사람에게 직접 물어봐도 될까?
아슈바티 아저씨는 저희 보호자예요. 친가족은 아니지만 엄청 어릴 때 저희를 거두어 주셨죠. 아저씨 말에 따르면 저희는 다 수메르 사막의 어느 도금여단 출신이래요. 그 기억이 있을 시절부터 아저씨를 따라 떠돌아다니다가 여기 온 지는 얼마 안 됐어요.
이 아이들의 눈.
뭐 알아낸 거 있어?
옛날 일이 조금 떠올랐을 뿐이야. 내가 알기로 10여 년 전 수메르 사막의 한 도금 여단이 돌연 다른 여단보다 훨씬 월등한 기술력을 손에 넣었어. 그들은 그 기술로 막강한 무기를 대량 제작해 다른 여단에 판매했지. 그 무기 탓에 사막의 싸움은 날로 작해졌지만
정작 그들은 어떤 싸움에도 끼지 않고 가운데서 이득만 챙기려 했어. 그러나 안타깝게도 그들이 판 무기는 결국 자신을 태울 전쟁의 불씨가 되었고, 그렇게 피비린내 나는 싸움 속에서 그 무기들은 빠르게 소진됐고, 사막은 빠르게 다시 원래의 모습으로 돌아갔어.
그런 일이 있었다고? 나는 처음 듣는데.
사리사욕을 위해 사륙을 벌이는 건 사막에선 너무나도 흔한 일이야. 폰타인이나 리월에서 이런 일이 벌어졌다면 철저한 조사가 이루어졌을 테지만 사막에선 아무도 이런 일에 관심이 없지. 이 세 아이는 그 여단의 고아 같아.
아이들의 보호자도 똑같이 그 여단의 생존자일 테지. 그렇다면
일리 있는 추측이네.
말도 안 돼. 아저씨는 그런 짓을 할 사람이 아니에요. 아저씨가 옛날에 뭘 했는지는 몰라도 이것만큼은 알아요. 아저씨는 무기를 싫어해요. 그것도 엄청. 그렇게 손재주가 좋은데도 우리가 갖고 놀 장난감만 만들었단 말이에요. 아저씨가 진짜로 나쁜 사람이면 전...
유감이지만 우리는 일어난 사실을 바탕으로 판단할 수밖에 없어.
그럼 이제 어떻게 할 거야?
신문 결과 배우의 인물과 염탐꾼은 이틀 뒤 지정된 장소에서 그자에게 물건을 받기로 했다더군. 우리도 거래 장소에서 매복해볼 수 있겠지. 하지만 만약 아슈바티도 그쪽 사람이라면 우리가 붙잡은 녀석들은 버림패에 불과할 거야. 그러면 이틀 뒤 약속 장소엔 아무도 나오지 않겠지.
차라리 아슈바티 쪽을 파보는 게 어때? 그래도 똑같이 배후의 인물을 찾을 수 있을 거야. 정말로 아슈바티가 샘플을 훔쳤다면 흔적이 남았을 테니 시간만 준다면 내가 추적할 수 있어.
내 쪽에서 도울 건 없나?
내 방법은 주로 스파이 업무에 쓰는 거라 사람이 많을수록 움직이기만 불편해져. 다만 그자의 위치를 찾고 나면 체포 작전에는 특별 순찰대의 지원이 필요할 거야.
그럼 좋은 소식 기다리지. 지금으로선 그게 최선의 방안인 것 같군.
체포라니. 너무 걱정하지 마. 어쨌든 지금은 너희 아저씨를 찾는 게 제일 중요해.
당분간 조금 더 수고해줘야겠네, 여행자.
In 2 days. Excuse me. I already know who the culprit is. It was right from the beginning.
야란한테 연락이 왔어. 아슈바티
That
사건을
and
찾았대. 우리도 합류하러 가.
yeah, they made it. It felt like it was too obvious from the beginning. But I still want to see how it unfolds because I don't know the full details. I saw a funny pic of all the toppings. There's like two pictures on the side by side. One side is all the toppings for the burger, buns, lettuce, tomatoes, cheese, beef, and such. But then the second image next to it is when you put it all together. Or sorry, the left side of the image shows all the toppings and it's labeled as healthy. But then when you put it all together, it's considered unhealthy. Could the same be said about pizza?
예상보다 시간이 조금 더 걸렸지만 그자의 은신처를 찾아냈어.
다시 한번 확인하지. 지금 상대의 손엔 극도로 위험한 무기가 있어. 리월은 최악의 상황까지 대비해둔 건 맞나?
최악의 상황에도 대처할 수 있어. 내가 당신을 믿었던 것처럼 폰타인도 리월의 약속을 믿어줬으면 해.
걱정 마. 이미 선원들을 다 준비시켜뒀으니까.
그럼 믿어보지.
이번 작전에 많은 인원이 필요하진 않다고 했지만 그래도 특별 순찰대만으로는 부족할 거야. 지부에서 실력이 뛰어난 젊은 친구를 몇 명 불러뒀어.
도움이 될 거야. 전시회 쪽은 나랑 클로린드가 지켜보고 있을게.
다들 준비가 끝난 모양이네.
우리의 중계자도 도착했으니 지금 바로 출발할까?
저기...
너희는 같이 못 가. 전시회에 남아있기로 아까 약속했잖아. 다 너희 안전을 위해서야. 알아요. 여쭤보고 싶은 게 있어서요. 정말 아저씨가 그 악당들이랑
That remains to be seen. We'll have to find out
지금은
ourselves.
답하기 어려워. 개인의 감상으로 판단할 수는 없으니까. 이틀이나 지났는데 아저씨가 돌아오질 않아요. 전에는 이런 적이 없었는데 악당의 동료여서 잡힐까봐 안 오는 걸지도 몰라요. 아저씨가 그 사람들이랑 한패면 무기를 만들고 팔기도 했겠죠? 그럼 아저씨도 악당인 거네요? 무기를 만들고 파는 게 어때서? 전시회장에 있는 사람들도 거의 다 그런 일을 하는걸. 그렇다고 그 사람들이 다 악당이라고 할 수 있을까? 누나... 그러니까 너희 아저씨가 어떤 사람인지도 섣불리 판단하면 안 돼. 정말 무기를 만들어 팔았다 해도 왜 그랬는지 이유를 알아봐야지. 우리 폰타인은 이런 문제의 답을 얻기 위해 아주 긴 절차를 만들어 놓기도 했어. 그러네요. 아저씨는 왜 그런 일을 했을까요? 이렇게 하자. 내가 총든 누나랑 주사위 굴리는 누나 대신 약속할게. 무슨 일이 있어도 너희 아저씨를 무사히 데려오겠다고. 그때 가서 아저씨한테 직접 물어보는 거야. 어때? 고마워요, 누나.
Isn't that always the case?
작전을 수행하다 보면
Always
복잡한 상황이
ask
될 수도 있어.
directly the
남
person
대신
in
약속하는
question.
건 너무 섣부르지 않아?
괜찮아. 아무리 복잡한 상황이 온데도 대비는 되어 있어.
이건 반드시 필요한 약속이야. 이번에 얻는 답에 따라 아이들이 정의를 바라보는 시선이 달라질 테니까.
그럼 전략으로 이번 합동 작전을 완수해 보자고.
Part 3. Oh, that's pretty far. Yeah, just fast travel. What kind of hideout is this?
꼼짝 마라!
아무도 없어.
허탕인가?
그래도 꽤 많은 흔적이 남아있어. 단서가 있을지도 모르니 흩어져서 조사해보지.
Someone trying to take my materials again?
이 기록은
당신도 이게 우연이라고 생각하진 않겠지?
왜 그래?
전에 양쪽의 정보를 대조할 때도 말했지만 놈들은 무척이나 신중해. 단서를 남기는 일이 거의 없지. 우리가 찾은 유일한 단서는 놈들이 실수로 남긴 화물 리스트였어. 그 단서가 있었기에 우리가 이쪽까지 추적해올 수 있었던 거야.
우리 쪽도 비슷해.
That's a
그런데
big ass
아슈바티가
trail
남긴
left
기록에
behind.
그 화물 리스트가 있군.
설마 실수로 단서를 남긴 조직원이 아슈바티라는 거야?
글쎄, 폰타인과 에서 동시에 같은 단서가 발견됐다는 건 아무리 봐도 실수 같지 않아.
마치 우릴 유인하는 것 같아. 대체 목적이 뭐지?
Distraction. Maybe. Or make it like a
여기에 웬
trademark.
이렇게 가지런히 놓여 있다니. 설마 우리 보라고 일부러 남긴 건가?
우리가 올 걸 미리 알고 있었다는 거야?
만약 사실이라면 정말 대단한 상대인걸?
잠시 후 정보를 취합할 때 이 편지를 다 같이 살펴보도록 하지.
이건
당신들이 샘플과 함께 전시했던 모형이군. 그자가 범인인 건 확정적인 듯해.
상황이 심상치 않아. 그자는 무기 기술에 조예가 깊은 사람이지.
그 말은 그자가 작동 가능한 귀종기를 손에 넣었다는 건가?
그럼 큰일이잖아.
하지만 뭔가 이상해. 여기엔 그 사람 한 명의 흔적밖에 없어. 왜 배후의 두목을 만나기 전에 물건의 안전장치를 풀어버린 거지?
지금은 그런 걸 고민할 여유가 없어. 그자가 어디로 갔는지부터 알아내야 해.
상황이 우리 생각보다 더 복잡한 것 같네. 아슈바티가 우리가 쫓는 조직과 관련이 있는 건 맞지만
당신은 아슈바티가 그 조직과 한패가 아니라고 생각하나?
우리를 노드크라이로 끌어들이고 따로 무기까지 비축해둔 걸 보면 우리와 조직 사이에 있는 제3자 같아.
조사를 계속하려면 그자를 계속 파보는 수밖에 없겠어. 그래, 지금으로선 이게 확인하지 않은 유일한 단서니까.
다들 수고 많았네. 하루 만에 조직원 절반을 소탕하다니. 폰타인 특별 순찰대와 리월 칠성 정보관은 과연 이제 이 은신처도 곧 발각될 테지. 다음은 내 차례일 거야. 하지만 다행히도 나는 더 이상 도망칠 필요가 없다네.
Confession.
이 모든 죄는 금기를 어긴 묘론파 학자 한 명이 아카데미 사막에 도착하자 그가 평생 배운 지식으로는 갈증을 달랠 물 한 모금조차 구할 수 없었지. 잔만 베풀어주지 않겠소? 너무 힘들군.
사막으로 흘러들어온 학자는 다 너 같더군. 머리가 아무리 비상한들 사막에선 생존조차 버거워하지.
지금 나를 비웃는 거요?
아니, 왜 너 같은 외지인만 보면 마음이 약해지는지 한탄한 거야. 여기 물통을 가져오도록.
Oh, so it is called a canteen. Because another terminology of canteen, I think of like, you know, another word for bars.
갈 곳은 있나?
이 물이 없었다면 곧 사막의 독수리 뱃속으로 들어갔겠지.
꽤 사막인 같은 말이군. 갈 곳이 없다면 우리 여단에 남는 건 어때?
달리 갈 데도 없어. 내가
여기 거둬진 다른 사람들처럼 식량을 모으거나 수원을 지키면 돼. 물론 특기가 있다면 얼마든지 발휘해도 좋아. 모두에게 도움이 된다면 뭐든지 환영이야.
내가 가장 잘하는 건 무기 연구요.
무기 연구?
그렇소. 무기. 강력한 거대 병기부터 작지만 치명적인 무기까지 옛 것이든 요즘 것이든 가리지 않고 연구하지. 나는 묘론파의 학술적 정수가 각종 무기에 담겨 있다고 생각하오. 그리고 무기 기술은 늘 세계의 발전을 이끌어왔소. 모든 무기를 완벽하게 연구해서 더 선진적인 무기를 만드는 것이 내 평생의 목표요. 허가 없이 민감한 자료를 빌린 것도 이 원대한 목표를 위해서였건만 아카데미아의 높으신 분들은 나를 이해하지 못하더군.
난 그런 건 관심 없어. 너희 학자들이 사막으로 추방당하는 이유는 늘 기상천외하니까. 중요한 건 여기서 네 특기가
난 모두에게 더 강력한 무기를 만들어줄 수 있어. 사막같이 위험한 곳에선 큰 도움이 될 거요.
무기라. 사막에서 없어서 난될 물건이긴 하군. 대부분의 여단
I've heard this kind of excuse and scenario before.
칼만으로도 충분해. 네가 말하는 무기는 우리에게 좀 과한 것 같군.
당신들이 무기를 과하다고 생각하다니.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a ruin guard?
우리 여단은 운이 좋았어. 우리의 선조가 모래 폭풍만 잘 대처하면 말을 일이 없는 게다가 여긴 외진 곳이라 다른 여단과 충돌할 일도 거의. 덕분에 우리에겐 고향이라 부를 곳이 생겼어. 떠돌이 생활을 하며 다른 여단과 부딪힐 걱정 따위 없지. 사막에선 야심에 파묻혀 죽는 사람이 너무 많아. 우리는 우리의 터전만 지킬 수 있어도 충분해.
그렇군. 그럼 내가 도울 만한 건 자빌 정도겠소.
듣자 하니 묘론파 학자들은 재미있는 잡동사니를 만드는 데에도 일가견이 있다던.
혹시 장난감을 말하는 거요?
그래, 괜찮다면 아이들에게 장난감을 만들어 줬으면 좋겠군.
좋소. 그렇게 해서 각종 무기를 연구하던 묘론파 학자는 사막에 정착해 아이들의 장난감 제작자가 되었네. 좀 지루한 것만 빼면 제법 괜찮은 삶이었지. 여단 사람들은 금방 나를 받아들여줬고, 아이 그대로 사막에서 늙어 죽었으면 참 좋았을 텐데 하필 거기서 그 녀석들을 만나고 말았네.
The Fire Nation attack. Nah.
재촉하지 말거라. 이런 재료는 구하기 힘들어.
저 녀석들 뻔뻔하게 돌아오다니.
샌네짐, 오랜만이군.
이봐.
There are kids here, and of course, another group of Eremites. You know, they don't give two fudge about the scene.
총구석이라고 무시할 땐 언제고? 저번에 모래바람이 심해서 다들 대처법을 찾고 있을 때 이놈들은 뒤도 안 돌아보고 떠났잖아.
이 넓은 사막 땅에서 한 군데에만 죽치고 있을 순 없으니까.
Oh, speaking of Sumeru, right, I guess I should quickly announce there's a special program happening tomorrow. And yep, guess what? We're going back to Sumeru in the next update because the Doctor is back. Well, I mean, we kind of expected that. I mean, remember what I said? No body, no death. And apparently the Doctor has gotten a augmentation on his whole body. Oh, and something terrible is about to happen to our dear Archon. At least that's what the leaks are saying. But yeah, we're going back to Sumeru. We have to finish the job for sure. Assuming maybe this second time may be the charm.
다른 여단에 몸담았다가 거기서 쫓겨났다던데 결국 갈 곳이 없어서 돌아온 거 아닌가?
족장님, 저놈들 쫓아낼까요?
이봐, 싸울 생각이야? 우리도 호락호락하게 당하진 않아.
됐다. 어차피 이곳의 수원은 여단 2개를 먹여 살릴 수 있는 양이야. 굳이 평화는 그 무엇보다도 중요하니까.
당시에 나는 가이마세트가 또 한 번의 선행을 베푼 것이라 생각하고 대수롭지 않게 넘어갔네. 그리고 다시 지루한 일상으로 돌아갔지. 하지만 한 명의 학자가 학술적 욕구를 완전히 내려놓기란 쉽지 않았네. 그래서 나는 예전에 베껴놓았던 도면을 몰래 연구했네. 그때 나의 최대 관심사는 수메르 곳곳에 있는 유적 드레이크였지. 내가 알기로 당시 그 자동장치의 원리를 파악하고 재현할 수 있는 학자는 없었네. 하지만 나는 방법을 찾아냈어. 유도장치 제작해 목표를 추적하게 만들면 자동장치를 무기로 만들 수 있었지. 그러나 이 연구는 놈들이 내게 눈독을 들이는 계기가 되었네.
실례지만 당신이 지금 연구하는 거 혹시 무기인가?
자네와 상관없는 일이네.
다른 여단 사람들한테 들었어. 원래 아카데미 학자였다지? 이런 곳에서 재능을 낭비하다니.
하고 싶은 말이 뭔가?
같이 사업 하나 하지 않겠어? 사막에는 아카데미아의 금지령 따윈 없어. 얼마든지 원하는 연구를 해도 된다고. 그런데 지금은 바보같이 도면만 들여다보고 있잖아. 그건 이 외딴 곳에 자극이랑 물자가 충분하지 않아서
Says
그런
when do the
거겠지.
desert folks here use funds
그 말은
and these kind of
나와 내
deals?
일족이 자금과 물자 문제를 해결해주지. 대신 당신은 도면에 있는 물건을 만드는 거야. 우리 일족은 장사를 잘해. 팔릴 아이템이 없는 게 문제지. 그 도면에 나온 물건이라면 거금을 주고라도 사겠다는 여단이 줄을 설 거야.
무기를 팔겠다는 건가?
이건 양쪽 모두에게 이득인 거래야. 당신이 물건을 제공하면 우리는 그걸로 모라를 벌어서 당신의 연구를 얼마든지 지원해 줄 수 있지.
하지만
뭘 걱정하는지 알아. 하지만 우리가 물건을 판다고 해서 여기 사람들한테 해가 되진 않아. 여기 사람들은 야심이 눈꼽만큼도 없어서 절대 분쟁에 끼어들지 않거든. 유일한 위험이라곤 주기적으로 나타나는 모래 폭풍뿐이지.
자네는 평판이 좋지 않더군. 나를 방해하지 말아주시게.
이게 당신 인생에 남은 유일한 기회라는 걸 명심해. 선진적인 무기를 만들어 학자의 꿈을 이룰지, 여기서 평생 애들 장난감이나 만들다 죽을지. 선택은 당신 몫이야.
나는 그때 내 선택이 옳기를 바랐네. 하지만 현실은
이번엔 값을 더 쳐줘야겠어.
소문대로군. 돈 벌 기회라면 하나도 놓치질 않아.
뭔 당연한 소리야. 돈 벌 기회를 놓치는 건 머저리나 하는 짓이지.
좋아.
아무래도 우리의 협력을 끝낼 때가 된 것 같군.
이봐, 갑자기 왜 그래?
우리 팔려나간 무기가 어떻게 쓰였는지 대충 들었네. 난 더 이상 공범이 되고 싶지 않아.
공범? 전쟁을 일으킨 건 우리가 아니야. 어차피 사막에는 걸핏하면 싸워대는 족속이라고. 칼에 찔려 죽든 우리가 판 무기에 맞아 죽든 뭐가 달라?
정말 자네가 무기만
The
팔았을까?
weapon in
왜 그
question
많은
is
여단이
what
무기를
is the
사지 않으면
difference?
안 됐냔 말이야.
원래 돈을 벌려면 판촉 수단이 좀
And
필요한
especially
거야.
the collateral damage a machine can do.
그리고 그게 내가 자네와 손잡기 싫은 이유지.
아, 그래? 그럼 여기서 갈라서자고. 나도 당신 덕분에 돈을 꽤 벌었으니 슬슬 이 촌구석을 떠나야겠어.
뭐지? 진장 버티시오! 어째서 이런 일이?
사막에서 원수 하나 없는 여단은 없어. 예전에 이 오아시스를 빼앗으려다 쫓겨난 놈들이 있는데 그 놈들이 지금까지 앙심을 품고 있었던 거야.
내가 만든 무기를 이들의 원수에게 팔았단 말인가? 자네는 양심도 없나? 이들은 갈데없는 자네들을 걷어준 은인 아닌가?
덕분에 상대에게도 비싼 값을 요구할 수 있었지.
나중에야 알았네. 그 자들이 돈 때문에 자기를 걷어준 은인을 배신한 게 한두 번이 아니었더군. 그래서 떠돌이 신세였던 거지. 나는 그 자들을 쫓지 않았네. 당장 눈앞의 사람들을 한 명이라도 더 구해서 최대한 속죄하려 했지. 이미 발동한 유도 장치는 나도 막을 방도가 없었네. 불타는 야영지를 샅샅이 뒤진 끝에 포대기에 쌓인 갓난아기 셋을 구해내는 게 최선이었어. 이 모든 게 바로 나의 죄라네.
If only we could find those 3 douchebags. Those guys also deserve punishment. Not death. Death is too good, too quick.
지난 몇 년 동안 나는 그 악당의 행방을 조사하며 새 아이를 키웠네. 부디 나의 고백을 아이들에게 전해주시게. 이건 아이들이 마땅히 알아야 할 진실이야. 그리고 가능하다면 아이들이 진정한 집을 가질 수 있도록 좋은 양부모를 찾아주었으면 하네. 나는 그때 끝내지 못한 일을 마무리하러 가겠네.
세상에, 이 말이 전부 사실이면
이자도 조직의 두목을 쫓고 있었던 거야. 그것도 복수를 위해서.
단서를 흘려 우릴 노드크라이로 유인한 건 자기 복수를 돕게 하기 위해서였나?
곤란하게 됐네. 그 남자가 귀종기를 어디에 쓰려는지 알 것 같아.
그럼 빨리 찾자. 위험한 일을 하려는 것처럼 보여. 아티한테 그 사람을 안전하게 데려다 주겠다고
Crazy to think that even a researcher
나도
from
그자가 두목을
Sumeru
죽이게 놔둘 순 없어.
would know
이
how
사건은 연루된
leeway
범죄가
technology
커서 아직
works.
잡히지 않은 가담자가 많거든.
뭐 집히는 거 있어?
아마 그자는 우리가 여기를 조사하는 사이에 우리의 원래 계획을 실행하려 할 거야.
그 사람은 조직이랑 한패가 아니니까 우리가 쓰려던 그 방법이 통하겠네.
접선 시간이 거의 다 됐어. 서둘러 움직이자.
It's amazing that this is a quest that's not even, you know, like a main quest or a side one. Or I guess you can consider this one like a big side quest. Oh, hey, there he is.
슈바티?
A big side quest, but yeah.
셋내잼.
여긴 어떻게 알고 찾아온 거지?
They really know how, the Genshin team really does know how to write up a story.
오랜 세월이 흘렀는데도 약속 장소에 접선 암호는 그대로더군. 그래서 연락책인 척하며 자네가 보낸 첩자를 떠봤지.
쓸모없는 것들 오기만 해봐라.
기다릴 필요 없네. 그자들은 이미 폰타인 법률 집행청과 리월 총무부에 붙잡혔거든.
폰타인 법률 집행청과 리월 총무부 놈들.
글쎄, 누군가 고의로 단서를 흘려 그들을 전시회로 끌어들였다면 말이다. 그들이 자네의 부하들을 처리해주지 않았으면 나도 자네를 끌어낼 수 없었을 거야.
그래서 나도 놈들에게 넘길 생각인가?
I just noticed he also got a fancy new clothes.
아니, 자네만은 내 손으로 직접 처리하려 하네.
우인단의 기술? 역시 대단하군. 무기 연구 재능만큼은 정말 타고났다니까. 지난 몇 년 동안 큰 사업에 끼워주지 않아서 서운했겠지. 이해해.
It's not about Mora,
아직
you
솜씨가
idiot.
녹슬지 않은 것 같으니 지금이라도 나.
여기까지 와서 내가 자네와 손을 잡을 것 같나?
아니면 설마 그 여단 때문에 복수라도 하겠다는 거야? 그래, 딴에 녀석들한테 걷어져서 잠깐 살았다고 여단의 일원이라도 된 것 같았겠지. 하지만 당신도 살아봤으니 알잖아. 의일이나 소속감 같은 건 손해보는 물건이야. 빨리 손 터는 게 좋다고. 우리 일족이 사막에서 딱 하나 배운 게 있어. 마지막에 웃는 사람은 정직한 사람이 아니라 손해보지 않은 사람이야. 봐! 예전에 난 여단 사이에서 장사하는 사막인이었지만 지금은 더 큰 돈을 버는 폰타인 사람이 됐어.
모두가 다 자네처럼 뻔뻔하진 않아.
뻔뻔하다고? 모라만 있다면 뭐든 살 수 있어. 고상한 명성도 예외는
It
아니지.
can't buy you happiness.
지금의 난 바사리 회랑에 사는 폰타인의 상류층이자 각종 연애에 얼굴을 비추는 자선가야. 누구도 날 손가락질하지 못해.
할 말은 다 했나?
이 정도면 충분히 참아준 것 같군. 그보다 날 없애고 싶다면서 여기까지 혼자 오다니 너무 멍청한 거 아닌가?
그래서 무기를 하나 준비했네. 자네 부하가 명이든 자네를 무조건 없앨 수 있는 무기를.
Oh, damn.
저건 당신 미쳤어? 저게 날아오면 당신도 끝장이야.
하라던 바네. 같이 심판을 받아보자고.
이런 미친! 저 자식 당장 뭉개버려! 어떻게든 배리어를 해제하게 만들라고!
꼼짝 마! 움직이면 바로 쏜다!
법률 집행청이잖아.
예상보다 빨리 왔군.
And then the ballistas.
하늘에 있는 저거 조금 위험해 보이지 않아?
아슈바티, 이자들이 폰타인에서 죗값을 치르게 해주겠다고 약속하지. 그러니까 어서 베리어를 해제하고 우리와 철수하자.
폰타인의 법은 놈들에게 너무 관대해.
미련하게 구는군.
난 그 아이들을 볼 자격이 없네. 내가 지은 죗값을 치러야만 해.
당신이 지은 죄가 뭔데? 무기 연구?
자네는 리월 사람이었지. 리월 사람들은 일찍이 화약을 발명했으나 그 기술로 아이들이 가지고 놀 수 있는 폭죽을 만들었다고 들었네. 오늘날 리월 사람들이 평화롭게 지내는 것은 아마도 이런 선택 덕분이겠지. 하지만 나는 내 기술로 무기를 만들었고 그 탓에 수많은 아이가 고향을 잃었네. 이게 죄가 아니면 무엇이겠는가?
당신 몰랐구나. 장난감인 폭죽도 원래는 무기였어.
뭐?
리월의
야.
폭죽은 원래 무기로 개발된 물건이야. 막강한 위력으로 사악한 기운과 사나운 짐승을 몰아내는 데 쓰였지. 사악한 기운이 등불을 피해 숨고 사나운 짐승이 깊은 산에 몸을 감춘 뒤에야 폭죽도 축동 장난감이 된 거야. 우리가 무기를 장난감으로 만든 덕분에 평화를 누리게 된 게 아니라 무기로 평화를 이룬 덕분에 무기를 장난감으로 만들 수 있었던 거지. 악행을 저지르는 건 언제나 사람이야. 사악하고 짐승 같은 사람. 무기는 악행에 이용되는 도구일 뿐이지.
시간이 얼마 남지 않았네. 어서 도망치시게.
걱정 마. 악당이 잡혔으니 이젠 귀종기 같은 무기도 아이들에게 즐거움을 주는 장난감으로 변신할 수 있어.
That man's still salty that he couldn't get a spot. All because he can't follow a simple rule.
또 행패 부릴 줄 알았어. 이슈의 책임자 중 하나로서.
There was more than two?
발사 지점 도착했습니다.
동시다발 요격 준비. 발사.
설마
Fireworks! Of course.
전시회 이벤트인가? 이야.
녹화를 시작합니다. 예전에도 이런 이벤트가 있었던가?
Just go along with it, Jehoda. All of these budget cutscenes. Yeah, and it's for an event, no less. But I guess these would be considered like major events, kind of like the Lantern Rite.
우리 특별 순찰
Lantern Rite or the Windbloom Festival.
리월의 귀종기가 이런 용도로 쓰일 줄이야.
사건의 진상을 규명해야 하니 당신도 동행해줘.
저항하지 않겠네. 나에겐 죄가 있으니까. 다만 내 제목이 무엇인지는 나도.
솔직히 나도 마찬가지야. 당신의 사정을 고려하면 폰타인의 법률 전문가가 와도 한참 골머리를 앓아야 할 테지. 하지만 안심해. 이 조직의 죄목만큼은 참작의 여지 없이 명백하니까. 물론 법의 심판만으론 당신의 원한이 완전히 사그라들지 않겠지. 하지만 적어도 이것으로 저들의 죄와 벌을 모든 피해자에게 알릴 수 있어. 아무도 모르게 죽여서 복수하는 것보다는 이쪽이 더 정의 구현에 가깝지 않겠어?
알겠네.
Isn't it always better to serve justice on criminals? Like, no, think about it. Criminals that, that get apprehended and then face court moments. Literally, their faces are visible to the public so that everybody knows who they are, what their faces look like, and anybody who's associated with the criminals, they'll be like, ugh, I once knew that guy. Now I don't know him anymore. I don't want to be with that guy anymore.
아슈바티의 처분이 어떻게 됐으려나? 우리 가서 물어보자.
Plus, a suspect that's alive is more valuable than a suspect that isn't, well, alive. That's why in that game, Ready or Not, to get an S rank, you gotta get all the suspects arrested, alive, no gunfire. But then the real fun part comes when once you get that S rank, live bullets. Because yeah, again, like I said, a live suspect is better than a dead one. Plus, it's always best to shame them, so that when everybody knows what their faces look like, it's like, if they ever get out, when they get out, well, then, you keep tabs on them and be like, oh, hey, look, it's this douchebag who caused a crime. Let's all point and laugh at him. Or, literally, everybody will keep tabs. Or if you look in Batman or Spider-Man's case, especially Batman, think about all the criminals that have broken bones and teeth. In a way, Batman's justice is justified. They get to live with physical trauma. But then Joker always counteracts that by telling Batman, nah man, criminals do deserve to die. Just do it to me.
양보해줘서 고맙군. 우린 범인을 데려가서 서류를 작성해야 하거든. 하지만 당신은 보이니치상의 소속이니 함부로 데려가려고 하면 비밀의 집 사장이 가만히 있지 않겠지?
좋은 제안이라도 있어, 슈브르즈 씨?
얼마 전 나는 범인을 체포하는 과정에서 나샤 마을의 전시회 광고판을 부순 적이 있어.
지금 설마 자수하는 거야?
이 사람은 데려가지 않도록 하지. 그 대신 광고판 일은 없던 걸로 해줬으면 좋겠는데. 어때?
좋아.
엄청 골치 아픈 줄 알았는데 이렇게 간단히 해결되는 거였어?
Right. I almost forgot about the signboard that Shivers accidentally, or not accidentally, but had to destroy.
언니한테 다 들었어요. 그래도 계속 저희의 아저씨로 나눠주시면 안 돼요?
하지만 난
당신이 그자들의 약속을 고지 곧대로 믿지 않고 당신을 걷어준 여단의 최소한의 방어 수단이라도 남겨놨다면 결말은 달라졌을 거야. 내가 보기에 당신의 죄는 무기를 연구한 게 아니라 그걸로 사람들을 보호하지 못한 데 있어.
그런가? 맞는 말이군.
그럼 지금 당신에게 진정으로 속죄할 기회가 주어졌는데 뭘 망설이는 거야?
나는 그래, 내가 속죄할 수 있게 해다오, 얘들아.
여행자? 그리고 리월의 야란 씨. 이번 협력 즐거웠어. 그럼 난 이만.
나도 처리할 일이 많아서.
I hope we will see you again, Shivers.
자유의
Although next time, bring Emily, please.
비록 체포되진 않았다만 사사로운 목적으로 들어와 상해의 명성에 먹칠을 했는데 나를 처벌하지 않아도 되겠나?
상회에 가입할 때 당신이 수많은 거짓말을 했다는 건 알고 있었어. 하지만 사막을 고향이라고 말한 때만큼
From one Sumeru to another. Yeah.
사실 나도 사막을 고향으로 여기고 싶은 사람이거든. 그래서 당신에게 숨겨진 이야기가 궁금했지. 여행자 덕분에 이야기는 잘 받았어. 내용이 나쁘지 않았으니 당신이 가져온 문제는 이야기의 사은품 정도로 생각할게.
진심인가?
물론 당신은 상회의 규칙을 수도 없이 어겼으니
이해하네.
아이들을 데리고 사막으로 돌아가는 게 어때?
왜지?
내가 아는 사막은 싸움이 끊이지 않는 곳이었어. 하지만 당신의 이야기를 알고 나니 사막의 인간도 다른 삶을 살 수 있겠다는 생각이 드네. 지금의 수메르는 예전과 많이 달라졌어. 작은 쿠사나리 화신의 통치 아래서라면 아이들을 위해 고향을 재건하는 것도 불가능한 일은 아니야.
That's definitely one way to foreshadow that a reason why the traveler is going back to Sumeru.
이미 모래속에 파묻혔을 거야. 거기다 천막 몇 개 세운다고 뭐가 달라지겠나? 현실은 잔인한 법이네.
어이 손님, 한번 둘러보고 갈래? 모라만 있으면 뭐든 살 수 있다고.
모라만 있으면 뭐든 살 수 있다. 그럼 이 아이들의 잃어버린 고향도 살 수 있나?
도리의 호객 멘트였을 뿐이니까 너무 신경 쓰지 마. 당연하지. 뭐? 짜잔! 이 마력 충만한 보석을 보시라. 그 유명한 마리오
오케이.
앨리스의 걸작이지. 이것만 심으면 모래바람이 부는 곳에서도 샘물이 솟아나서 오아시스가 만들어진다는 말씀.
그게 무슨?
진품이야.
노드크라이 무역 전시회는 정말 홍보대로 무엇이든 살 수 있군. 하지만 이런 보물이라면 한두 푼이 아닐 텐데.
그게 말이야, 이 보석 판매를 맡긴 마녀가 아이들의 즐거움만 받고 팔아달라고 특별히 당부했거든.
Sounds like no, Alice had foreseen this.
마녀의 부탁이라 거절하기가 어렵단 말이지.
아이들의 즐거움? 그건 얼마예요?
좋아. 여기 새 아이가 전시회에서 번 돈만 받을게. 그러면 아이들 본인의 노력으로 고향을 되찾은 셈이잖아.
And speaking of Alice, yeah, just a quick reminder.
아이들한테 엄청
Who is it?
즐거운 일이
Nicole
되지. 안
is
그래?
the next playable character.
좋아요.
And yeah, we'll see more details on that in tomorrow, actually.
마지막에 이런 깜짝 선물이 기다리고 있을 줄이야.
Hey, I see you, Chevrolet. I see you already packing some. She's always ready to pop out the magical food that she spawns every now and then.
올해 전시회는 예년보다 훨씬 더 재미있는 걸.
And thus ends the event. Well, almost. There's also all these ones, right? But I can do those later, another time. Oh, that was a good event, though. Oh boy, I got a couple of primo gems. Yeah. I mean, phase 2 are reruns, so I don't need to pull any gotchas. And I got lucky on the first phase, so yeah. Been saving. But let's see. Next update in Genshin. Are they gonna release 2 or 3 characters? I hope it's 3. Because then we could get 2 5-star characters and 1 new 4-star. We would have definitely, who is it? The mage Nicole, 5-star, obviously. The new member of the Knights, forgot his name. Well, I say new, but apparently he's a character that is who's already, you know, well known in Mondstadt. And then the third is that character I mentioned, or I took like photos of. What was her name again? Pruma? Yeah, I think it was Pruma. The little witch hunter hunting Alice, but she's also friends with Klee. Yeah, that was the way how they were going to not introduce, but like tease. Not sure what weapon her main weapon is, but based on her skill, her portrait, she wields a hammer. I think it's most likely used as a skill or her ult. And yeah, she's an Animo character. Nicole, I think she's Pyro. I think? No. Alice would be Pyro. But Nicole being Pyro as well? Maybe. And then the new male character, I think he's Cryo. Genshin would be at 6.8, I want to say. No, 6.8 is the next update, I mean. June, July. No, that's about right. If there's gonna be a 6.9, that would be out in July, and then August would be 7.8. And then the month after that will be Genshin's 6th anniversary. Right. Yeah, that would make sense. Just like with ZZZ, how season 3 will be a month before its 2nd anniversary. I think ZZZ will be 2 by July. July the 4th. If I'm not mistaken, that was the release date when ZZZ came out on it came out globally. What time is it now? Oh, almost 10. And yeah, after that event, yeah, good timing. Today is what? Thursday. Why did I think it was a Friday? If I have time, maybe I might stream. But we'll see. But yeah, again, don't forget tomorrow, Friday. I don't know what time, but it should be in the morning for Eastern time viewers. Yeah, the special program is happening tomorrow. So tune in and get those redemption codes, see what characters are coming, what kind of events will be there, and if there's any sort of gameplay optimization. Like I did hear that Genshin is going to have an update where you can choose to disable uninstall certain assets, such as like certain certain quests that you may not want to tackle. And the only purpose of that is just so that especially PC users can like spare any memory. God forbid, I doubt phone users are even continuing to play the game. Not while you have all this, you know what I mean? So, yeah. I mean, they've already done that with the language settings. You can actually uninstall any language that you think you don't need for like dubs. I think, right? I'm pretty sure. Like, in a way, you know, if you've done it with Master Chief Collection, it's like that. You can choose to uninstall certain content of the game. Again, just for the sake of sparing some memory. Since Genshin it's getting bigger every month. Oh, just you wait until 7.0 when that comes out. I'm already starting to think of which games, PS5 games, I have to uninstall. Games that I won't play anytime soon, or in the long run. And then, yeah, I'm sure down the road I'm gonna start picturing like which content in Genshin I have to start uninstalling that I don't need. But just keep in mind, if you're gonna do that, at least complete the quest before you do it, because, yeah, you know, some of those quests do reward you with Primo Gems, so make sure you complete them before you think about uninstalling. In fact, I'm pretty sure, like, if the Wonderland thing you can completely uninstall. But of course, by doing so, you lose. I'm assuming you will lose the avatar character. I mean, on one hand, you could say that's fine. Not very much of a value is lost. They were a free character, after all. But on the other hand, yeah, you lose a character. But, yeah, up to you. Again, all for the sake of giving some memory, some spare space in your hard drive. What else is happening? ZZZ story? I gotta do that, but I'm taking my time. I want to try to get the new character before continuing. But if I lose my 50-50, so be it. I'll just play the story. That's fine. But yeah, clock be ticking, because yeah, if I lose my 50-50, there won't be enough time to accumulate enough Primo Gems, let alone trying to reach for that guaranteed. Or soft guaranteed. But hey, what can you do? Well, there is the M word. But that's a last resort. But that's only if I dare want to. Probably hoping it doesn't come to that. Or, you know, I could just wait for a rerun. After all, Season 3 is the next major update after that, where, you know, there will be more characters down the road that more or less could be better than the last. At least, I mean, that tends to be the case with every gacha game. When one new character comes out, the previous one slowly degrades, becoming irrelevant or power creeped, which is, yeah, again, unfortunate, but yeah, inevitable. I mean, what can you do? Well, you could always hope that the devs actually, you know, one day provide buffs to older characters. Rather, I would take that over a character getting like an S or 5-star character variation. With some exceptions. I mean, hey, Billy's getting an S rank variation. I don't mind that. Even Billy truly deserves it after all. He's good boy.
화승총은 내가 가장 좋아하는 무기야. 강력한 살상력과 위압감을 갖고 있지. 가끔은 후자가 전자보다 더 유용할 때도 있어.
Somebody made a bunch of ZZZ characters in Tomodachi Life. Anyways, sorry. You know, that's like one thing that I think some folks are overlooking about Tomodachi Life. It's a Nintendo game that has little to no censorship. You can make your Miis say whatever the heck they want. Or whatever the heck you want. And that's a good thing that they kept it as it is, because that was like actually the best thing about the previous Tomodachi Life. You just have to tinker around with the settings, of course. Like, of course, it's a text-to-speech kind of like game. At least that's I believe that's how the audio works. The voice is how it works. So you would have to still spell it out for the Miis in order for them to pronounce whatever word you want them to say. But it's crazy. It's even more further and beyond how you can now make the Miis look like whatever character, person you want. Creating the Miis however you like is one thing. But making them say what you want them, yeah. You're gonna get the best content ever. But it's funny how it took Nintendo this long to make a follow-up sequel. You'd think that they would have at least put it on Switch 1. But no, they put it on Switch 2. But I guess Switch 2 does need exclusives. Oh, and then Rhythm Heaven, the Rhythm Heaven did also get a release date. I think July 2nd. Won't be too long. That's like another anticipated game. But guess what, folks? You're gonna need a Switch 2. It ain't coming to Switch 1, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, might as well. I mean, in Nintendo's case, if they want their Switch 2s to fly off the shelves, they got to keep pumping out Switch 2 games. And, you know, stop making Switch 1 games. Although the only factor of people who would be making Switch 1 games would be indie developers. Although some of them are slowly but surely, you know, they're making 2 ports. But yeah, they're going to lean towards the Switch 2 only exclusives. Because, you know, if they're making a game that they also want to port on other consoles, and especially on PC, you know, if it's like a high budget indie game especially, then yeah, why would you put it on Switch 1? You got to put it on Switch 2. I mean, hey, yeah, like Lego Batman's not a indie game. Traveler's Tale, yeah, I know. But yeah, they're putting Lego Batman on Switch 2. Why would you put it on Switch 1? I mean, for the convenience for those who don't have a Switch 2. But here's the catch, guys. You know, between Switch 1 and 2, you know which port of Lego Batman is going to perform better than the other. Or, a better example, would you rather play Resident Evil 7 Cloud Edition on your Switch 1 or Resident Evil 7 Gold Edition on Switch 2? Exactly. But yes, I know, Switch 2 is expensive. Especially at third world countries. And yeah, it doesn't help by the fact that Nintendo, you know, questionable pricing. But last I checked, they're trying, like literally, quote unquote, trying to reconsider adjusting their prices. Especially with their games. And Star Fox remake, I mean, it's a remake, but at least it's the first sign that they're kind of adjusting prices. But if that were the case, they should already be doing that with all of their other games. Like Metroid Prime 4, hell, even Breath of the Wild, Switch 2 edition, or Switch 1 edition, it's still full price. So yeah, again, words mean nothing. I want consistent execution to actually believe their words. But yeah, you know, that'll be the day. Valve released the Steam controller 2.0. Remember the first one? And yep, guess what? It already sold out in 30 minutes. That controller is very chunky. And yet, at least this time, it's flying off the shelves. I remember the first Steam controller. Yeah, the round circle pad thing was unique, but it didn't do so well. Not sure exactly what made the first one, you know, a failure. But it's good to see that Valve, you know, they learned their lesson. They came back, now even stronger. And yeah, the Steam controller already sold out. I mean, it's not officially out. It's like the pre-orders on the current quantity. All gone already. 30 minutes. Who's making money? Valve is. But they still won't use that money to make Half-Life 3. I'm sorry, folks, but that's just a fact. Go ahead, prove me wrong. Oh, that's right. The only one who can try to prove me wrong is Valve. But yeah, Half-Life 3, that'll be the day. Anyways, what do we have? Anything else?
화승총은 내가 가장 좋아하는 무기야. 강력한 살상력과 위압감을 갖고 있지. 가끔은 후자가 전자보다 더 유용할 때도 있어.
I just learned that some TCG games that involve coin flipping, I feel like those kind of card games are all luck based. Some say some TCG games are considered skill based. But how is it skilled if, whether it's Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Pokemon especially, how is it skilled if the coin actually doesn't favor you? I was like watching some animation video called something about, like, I'm sure you may have heard of it. Like there's a YouTuber who makes animated cartoons based off of video games, like something about Pokemon, something about Mario, something about Smash Brothers, something about Resident Evil. And yeah, he did a skit for something about Pokemon trading card game Pocket. I don't know how Pokemon card, how you actually play a Pokemon trading card game. But after seeing that, I just assumed that's how you play. But yeah, the worst thing about it is flipping the coin, because certain Pokemon cards would only attack if it's heads, but if it's tails, it does nothing. And then same thing with like effects. In fact, like I know like even Yu-Gi-Oh does that too. So yeah, like I said, can TCG games actually be considered skill based? I think the only part where it's skilled is your customized deck, like your setup. But at the same time, what if you're being told to shuffle your deck? Like I know in Yu-Gi-Oh, there are like certain magic cards or even monsters that would force you or both players, your opponent only, to shuffle your deck. Then it's literally also luck on the draw. And then again, the coin flipping. Your only skill is just setting up your deck. And then on the game, when it's game time, it's literally just skill based. Luck based. Flipping that coin, making things happen. Except, at least with Yu-Gi-Oh, not all cards require... No, even Pokemon too. Some moves don't require you flipping coins. But I think I see the difference. Monsters, cards that have... or that don't have any coin flipping, they don't do much damage. They're like Joe average. But the ones that have coin flipping procedures, it's like they do big damage, but that's only if the coin lands on heads or tails, whichever. Like a risk reward. That's what I was trying to think of. Cards that needs coin flipping to take effect, they are risk takers. Risk and reward takers.
동글동글이라는 간식은 휴대하기도 편하고 소스를 곁들이면 다양한 맛을 느낄 수 있어.
But I guess that's also the thrilling part of the thrilling part about TCG games. Although I wouldn't see myself playing any of those. You know, in fact, I was actually thinking about getting Pokemon cards, not like as a collection, just a one-time thing. Because I haven't opened like card packs in a long time. And seeing that animation I mentioned kind of makes me want to do that. I just want to find like one box set. Not like those box that has like 50 packages. No, not like that. Like I don't know if that's actually no. I think I've seen like GameStop selling like this large deck of cards. Yeah. And then they usually come in like multiple packages within. You know, I like to imagine that I like to imagine that somebody might have done some kind of stunt here that I just thought of. Yeah, I can imagine like somebody would have like paid, let's just say $50 for like one box of Pokemon cards, and then resells every single one of them, and probably somehow made a few dollars of profit from it. That when I made that thought, I was like, isn't that just like buying a lottery ticket and hoping for the best? Except with Pokemon cards. Well, the thing is, you know, of course you have your commons, your rares, and ultra rares and whatnot. Commons, I imagine, would barely even would even be resold for even $1. So, yeah, probably not. Or probably that's like the worst kind of like commitment to ever pull off. Unless you're somehow darn lucky. Imagine like some dude out there buying $50 worth of a Pokemon card deck, a box full of Pokemon cards, and then somehow he gets a bunch of rares, resells them all for 500, or resells them and makes 500. Can you imagine that? Well, especially in this economy, and a bunch of loser scapplers, like, geesh, yeah. I've heard about them. I know it's already like a world phenomenon. Unfortunately, Nintendo it's not Nintendo. The Pokemon Company can't do anything about it, about scapplers. I mean, this is why I've seen like some retailers put up a sign saying, you can only buy one pack a day. But of course, some scapplers be like DW from Arthur. That sign can't stop me because I can't read. Oh yeah? DW? By saying that, that means you're stupid. And to any scapplers who can't read that, hey, now you're stupid. But yeah, I know. I've heard about it all over. It's just sad. Full-grown adults in their 30s and 40s are at their Walmarts stacking a bunch of Pokemon cards on their shopping carts. Ugh. And even worse, they sometimes, when another Pokemon Scapler sees that cart, another Scapler with their cart full, they get into a fist fight. And then, of course, you know, Walmart employees, Target employees, they gotta call in the authorities, break up the fight, arrest them. I mean, hey, it's good that they would get arrested, but it's just a sad life. That's what scapplers want to do for the rest of their lives until they hit 60s or something. I remember back in the day when Pokemon cards were just, you know, you pay $5 and then $5 a pack and get excited for getting a rare one so that you could actually use them for the game and not resell them. But then again, reselling was probably a thing. Back in my days though, instead of reselling, we traded our cards. Nothing charged. Except until eventually my school would be, or every school in my neighborhood would be like, Pokemon cards are banned, Yu-Gi-Oh cards are banned, rules are rules. And yet you still have kids still sneaking in Pokemon cards. But yeah, when it came to like exchanging for rare cards, yeah, we just traded them. No money involved. It was a simple time, simple life. And now here we are, full-grown adults, not kids, 30, 40-year-olds, sweating their pants and buying Pokemon cards and selling them, reselling them for a high price. What's the? I could probably just go buy a Pokemon card and get whatever card they think they're reselling for less. But yeah. But of course, I'm not gonna do that out of spite. Or I was gonna do that. Actually, to be fair, I did say I wanted to do that, but just a one-time thing. But you know, maybe on second thought, maybe not. But then again, how much are Pokemon? Actually, you know what? I'm kind of curious, like on retail price, not scapular price. How much are Pokemon? How much are Pokemon cards nowadays? I have seen like some Pokemon cards, Yu-Gi-Oh cards being sold in like those cardboard, you know, like not in classic package wrapped, but yeah, now they're putting them in like hanging them like they're gift cards, like yeah, those cardboard pack-ins, where you have to like rip the plastic cover and such. I never looked it up, really. How much are Pokemon cards? I'm sorry, GameStop now allows you to trade cards? Well, they call it trading card game for nothing. They didn't call it trading card for nothing. Magic the Gathering. League of Legends is also has a TCG as well. Actually, I shouldn't be surprised by that. Yeah, that makes sense. Type. Ugh. Huh? What is this?
동글동글이라는 간식은 휴대하기도 편하고 소스를 곁들이면 다양한 맛을 느낄 수 있어. 기다려봐. 가서 몇 개 더 사올게.
Well, I found some bundles. Some are sold for $40, some 45. The fudge? Yeah, no. Booster packs for $25. How much are in these so-called booster packs? This is a Japanese copy, though. Why would GameStop even have them? Oh, speaking of GameStop, I just remembered that apparently GameStop is going to purchase eBay, which not exactly sure how that works, considering that eBay has more money and stocks than GameStop, but huh. Well, I found a booster pack here. It's in Japanese though, for $8. But I'm not sure who would do that. Unless you're gonna live in Japan. They certainly have a variety of these. There's like so many boxes and booster packs of these Pokemon cards. It's like, huh. The last time I bought like a huge bundle pack of Yu-Gi-Oh cards was a long time ago. There was like I bought a what you call it, like this tin box of what's his name, Joey's. I guess, I don't know what you want to call it, a Joey's tin box set that had at least over, if I'm not mistaken, 150 cards. And yeah, Red Eyes Black Dragon was guaranteed, But yeah, you open that box and you see all these booster packs in there. And I think at that time when I got it was less than 100, I guess. Yeah, I mean, hard to believe such a price considering, you know, the time we are living in. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was like less than 100. I mean, yeah, again, the economy back then, different than today. Anyways, no, I think that's it. All right, so
화승초는 내가
I
가장
guess we'll
좋아하는
call it a
무기야.
night right
강력한
here.
살상력과 위압감을 갖고 있지.
Like I said, if I have time to
가끔은
stream
후자가 더
tomorrow,
유용할 때도 있어.
we'll see. Not guaranteed, but yeah, we'll see. All right. I will then see you guys in the next stream. You folks have a good day and a good night. See you, folks.